Good numbing. Hello, YouTube. I hope you're all doing well as we enter session 11 of the Danganronpa 2 revisit, and hopefully the finale, assuming the internet holds, but we'll have to see. Last time we solved Nagato's killer and outed the traitor who worked for the Future Foundation, but everything in the world started going weird. Things started seemingly glitching out in the world around us. We were seeing the faces of people who had died briefly come and go. You know, we had all these little instances happen, and then eventually we unlocked the code to the ancient ruins using 11037, and broke into it to start learning about the truth of Host Peak Academy, the tragedy of Host Peak Academy, the tragedy of the outside world, and we were just in the middle of learning about Junko. Until the internet started, like, really dying last stream. I mean, it was kind of finicky old last stream, and I don't even know why, because after I tested it, it was, like, as consistent as it's always been. It was the exact same, like, download number as it always is, so I don't know what was making it dip, other than maybe it being something on my PS5. I am debating getting an external, modem for the PS5, instead of just using the PS5's firmware, because maybe that's what's making it dip every now and then, that it's, like, relying on the firmware, and it's just, it can't do it for whatever reason. But it's a PS5, for goodness sake, so why can't it, you know? But I'm getting ahead of myself. That's just that, you know, it's just the oddity, that is what it is. As always, remember to like and subscribe, it genuinely really helps this channel grow. And if you haven't already, follow me on Twitter, or support me on Patreon. It genuinely, like, they're the easiest places to find me if you need me for anything. Don't feel so inclined that you don't know you have to or anything like that, it's just they're there in the description of every video if you feel so inclined. But enough messing around, let's dive straight in, because I do want to try and get this done today. Because of how finicky the internet was, I saved exactly where it stopped, so I decided to, like, scroll up the translog, or the transcript, so we can read it back for what might have been missed. Because we were learning... Oh, look at all this, Jesus. We were learning about Junko. About the most... Even though the term Ultimate Despair refers to a group these days, it was originally the title for a high school girl who was the most powerful, evil, and feared person alive. A high school girl? Lady Junko Enoshima. Junko? The former Ultimate Despair, she created a despair brimming with charm and humor, and created the Ultimate Despairs. There was one really horrible person in that group. Hold on a sec, I don't know what the Ultimate Despairs are, but... it's not that easy to form an organization. There's no way people would join some fucked up organization created by a high school girl. Humans who are obsessed with their philosophy have an uncanny power to attract others. It's a trait shared by many famous leaders throughout history, right? There's nothing strange about it. That holds true for Lady Junko. With her charismatic ability to attract people, she even influenced those in the highest echelons of power. Her connections were the main reason that incident became the tragedy in the first place. So she even recruited people who would have been in a position to neutralize the threat? Then what was their purpose? What? Like I said, why did they cause that incident? It doesn't even make sense. They had to have a purpose, right? There's no way they'd do what they did without any purpose. It was Junko Enoshima's despair. Huh? For Junko Enoshima, despair isn't about purpose, a set of principles, a way of life, or an instinct. Despair is what defines Junko as Junko. What are you saying? I am a stuffed plushie. Hajime is a human. It's exactly like that. Junko is full of so much despair that she's truly hopeless. Living, dying, eating, loving. For her, everything is despair. What the hell? With her overwhelming force of personality, Junko recruited the Ultimate Despairs one by one. She controlled their despair by taking advantage of their love, hate, grudges, anything really. Junko's despair is far more dreadful than any other. That idea had been slammed right into their minds. And so the Ultimate Despairs, who had been recruited, became nothing more than Junko's limbs. All despair, whether it was their own or anyone else's, was dedicated to Junko Enoshima. Like believers making offerings to their god. Like a mother providing food to their children. They dedicated all despair so they could escape from despair, all in Junko's name. For example, they killed their families and friends, and even destroyed their bodies through relentless mutilation. And to hopelessly top it off, they completely believed it was something that they had to do. No way to make that crazy as possible. Do you know about the final days as a reserve corps student during the tragedy of Host Peak Academy? Final days?
In other words,
Junko has the power to change people's values. This is also true of famous people throughout history. What do you mean final days? What happened to the reserve department?
Of course!
They fulfilled their role as disposable limbs. They believed in what they needed to do. And so, the 2,357 students of the reserve department all committed mass suicide. Mass suicide?
What'd you say?
All 2,357 students? Oops, it wasn't all of them. One person was excluded. One person was excluded, huh? Is that me?
Damn it!
I don't believe it. There's no way I can believe this. Ultimate despair, Junko. Doesn't scare me at all. I mean,
Bastard!
Junko Enoshima is already dead. Huh? The ultimate despair has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. And the reserve bond's been updated. Hey, Fuyihiko, is it true what you said? Junko's dead?
Huh?
What, you didn't see? There's a book called Manga for Morons, Killing School Life, in that bloody classroom. A bloody classroom? No, wait, what was it that you said about the Killing School Life? The killings we were involved in. They're killings that happened at Hope Peak Academy. As I recall, the mastermind took her own life because the remaining students worked together to defeat her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why it was. The Killing School Life ended up failing in the end. As a result, the 6 students who survived managed to escape from the academy.
Hey.
For a manga about the Killing School Life, it was drawn with a lot of silly images and dumb gags. According to that, the mastermind behind the failed Killing School Life was Junko Enoshima. The mastermind took her own life, which would mean Genko's dead.
Like...
Turns out that Killing School Life was part of that whole biggest, most off whatever incident. Fuyihiko is like most people. Fuyihiko is most people. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. It's like the biggest, whatever. That one, you know what I... Junko took away the memories of former students of Hope Peak Academy and forced them to kill each other. Former students of Hope Peak Academy? And she took away their memories? That's just like us. Apparently the whole thing was being filmed by surveillance cameras and broadcast worldwide. There's a limit to being a cruel arsehole. Surveillance cameras were broadcasting the whole thing?
Oh.
The students of Hope Peak Academy were widely known as symbols of hope. By forcing people to watch these symbols of hope kill each other for the sake of survival, they were trying to fill everyone who watched the broadcast with despair at once. That's messed up. But that messed up plan was stopped. Junko's plan failed. Junko lost to the students she placed in her trap, and after being overcome by the despair she created, she took her own life. Then Junko's no more. No matter how horrible she was, there's no reason to fear someone who's dead. Whether Monokuma's story is true or not doesn't matter.
Bastard.
Junko Enoshima isn't alive anymore. Then, who's our enemy? Junko Enoshima is already dead, and the rest of the ultimate despairs behind this are the followers of Junko carrying out her will. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, the killings were involved in resemble that Killing School Life. Well, I don't know who the hell is imitating Junko making us go through this, but an imitation is just that, an imitation.
No shit.
If the students from Hope Peak Academy stopped the real deal, there's no way we'll lose to some fake. But if this is really an imitation, are those surveillance cameras the same too? The cameras all over Jabberwock. Are they broadcasting to everywhere, just like the surveillance cameras during the Killing School Life? Man, Hajime, you totally know about that story, huh? What, do you have a problem with that? Well, I really wanted you to read the manga version since I took the time to draw
What
it.
are you gonna do?
Oh, well, I'll just raise the flag. Flag? What do you mean raise the flag? What's gonna happen if you do that?
Ooh.
Once upon a time, you're getting closer to clearing my character roots. You're making sense again.
Well, now.
Now then, I'll give you guys my all. I'll tell you everything I know, including information on the outside and the inside. I'll raise some flags like crazy.
What?
What a surprise! Do you want to hear about the... No, you don't really need to. Even though the Ultimate Despairs refers to a group... Oh, okay, he's just starting on his own. When he was saying that, I thought it meant he had more to say. Huh? It's changing to a different hallway again. It's so sudden. What's going on to make something like this happen? No, I've already decided that I'm not going to be surprised. That's right, there's no time for me to be surprised by something like this. Yeah, we've gone down a floor. Okay, that's where we're going to. Connie's twitching her nose like a beast and examining her surroundings. Hey, what happened?
Based on my gut
Oh, you know,
feeling.
it's just my gut, but I feel like someone's getting closer. What do you mean? Who?
So,
I don't know. It's just my gut, after all.
It's just my gut.
But still, her gut's pretty impressive. For some reason, it's strangely intuitive. And Monokuma did say something about the main cast coming. Surprising, but her gut must be correct again this time. Yeah, her gut never wrong. Nothing more shenanigans. Hey, one man, hope you're doing well. This looks like the music room. I feel like I can sense something strange, or see something strange. What, you think? What is it, the monument or the hologram? What is this? Words are floating in the air. It's like a hologram, right? Floating letters are forming a sentence. It looks like a passage from an email. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we've obtained information. A person who claims to be a survivor of Hope's Peak Academy. Upon further investigation, there are a total of 15 survivors. Got still free. No worries. You may be wondering about the number of people at the time. If the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, it's possible that they may be targeted by the ultimate despair. We believe we should acquire them and place them in our care as soon as possible. Though I don't believe the group can go that far without Junko and Ashima rallying them. In a worst case scenario, we must prevent a repeat of the killing school life. Also, if there are survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, we should expect them to be quite valuable to us. However, we are still investigating the details of their origins and haven't located them either. We will continue investigating the matter. Also, regarding a separate matter, we have received a report from the research facility on Jabberwock Island. Preparations have been completed. It seems we can proceed with the experimental phase of the Neo World program. Survivors of Hope's Peak Academy, 15 students. Is that about us? Excluding Chiaki, who's a part of the Future Foundation, we would definitely be 15, but what do survivors mean? It's like they're talking from some other world. What happened outside Jabberwock? If the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is really true, then the world isn't normal anymore. Maybe. Starting to feel like we might be better off not remembering the memories we lost. Is there some sort of monument? Why would there be a monument in the music room? And not just that, the mark engraved in the monument is a symbol of the Future Foundation, right? Below the symbol is a short passage engraved. To combat the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, the graduates of Hope's Peak Academy were among the many who established the Future Foundation. Huh? The Future Foundation was established by the graduates of Hope's Peak? Aren't they known as World Ender? This is completely different. Monokuma, he completely made it up. I guess it's all the clues in this room. Finally confirmed, the Future Foundation is on our side at least. They were founded by the graduates of Hope's Peak Academy, and they took us in to protect us. But if that's true, Chiaki shouldn't have made that clear to us. No, as long as Monokuma was around, he probably couldn't say anything carelessly. Monokuma, if he's the Future Foundation's enemy, then his true identity must be the ultimate despairs, who caused the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. You know, I'm glad Hajime, devoted the entire passage to his brain. The ones who are carrying out the will of Junko and Ashima are making us go through this. Also, this caught my attention in the email too. What is this research facility on Jabberwock mentioned in the email? What's that about? The only Future Foundation facility we found was the ancient ruin. There's no way that's the research facility. If there really is a research facility on this island, there should be other Future Foundation members here. Somehow, there are still so many mysteries. Double checking there isn't a Monokuma hiding in here. No, I can't see one. Let's leave. Would it be for the first playthrough? Oh, jeez, you're going straight in for the top, huh? Trying. This feels different from the classroom.
Maybe.
It's probably the office, right? I mean, the room kind of has that stuffy teacher vibe to it. The office, huh? Now that you mention it, it does look like that.
Well.
The Frosty should be good. Fair. More importantly, have you seen Miss Sonia? I don't see her anywhere. Yeah, she's probably avoiding you. How much longer is this guy going to be obsessed with Sonia? Give it up already. Even he's like, oh, come on.
serious?
Alright, there's two interesting things here. One of them kind of gives away the time skip. It's on the blackboard. There's something written on the blackboard. What's written here? List of subjects written on the blackboard in large letters. Yeah, Hajime, Chiaki, Soda, Kane, Sonya, Pekka Pekayama, Nagato, Gundam, the imposter. And that says not the ultimate imposter, not the one who's being Byakuya. Mihiru, Mikan, Ibuki, Teru, Nekomaru, Fuyuhiko. Oh, and also Hiyoko on the far left. And you can see she doesn't look like a little kid in that one. Interesting. The one sole playthrough is the first game where you can do that platinum one. Oh, fair enough. These are all names I've seen before. Yeah, and the most important one is that we were told 2 years had passed. That's because they actually had. Which then we need to try and process. Why did Hiyoko still look like a kid if 2 years had passed? What's going on? Because she actually had a growth spurt and looks like a very fine young adult in the real world. There's a newspaper post on the blackboard. Below it is Hiyoko Saionji written. What is this newspaper? What is this? It says Miss Hiyoko Saionji. That can't be the same Hiyoko, right? I mean, Hiyoko we knew. She was much smaller and looked more childlike. She was pretty much her defining feature. But the photo in this newspaper... In a way, I can see the resemblance to Hiyoko, but her height and figure is too different from the Hiyoko we knew. What does this mean?
Huh?
That lady looks pretty mature. Is she Hiyoko's older sister or something? No, it says Hiyoko Saionji here. Oh, then Hiyoko's an older sister of the same first and last name. An older sister of the same first and last name.
I mean...
That's the only explanation, right? I mean, look at it for yourself. That's not Hiyoko. But did you ever hear her mention an older sister?
Man.
Well, it's not like I was that close to her or anything.
Wrong.
She doesn't have an older sister. Hiyoko is the Saionji family's only daughter. She doesn't have a sister and a relative? No, it's too much a resemblance.
What are you
That's
saying?
Hiyoko. Huh?
Of course
What are you
not.
saying? Hiyoko doesn't have a curvy body like this. I mean, she was famous for her childlike figure. She got away with all kind of crap looking like that. Did she though? I feel like I went into her for most of the playthrough when she was still alive. Are you sure she got away with it? Soda? Or is this you just not paying attention again because you were too hard focused on the girl who doesn't love you?
Well...
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe she had a growth spurt. What are you saying? She's already dead. There's no way she could have had a growth spurt.
Today,
Well,
I'm
regardless,
feeling
all the
white.
clues I provided are true. If they weren't, it wouldn't be fair.
What's going on?
What the heck? This is the truth? It's the truth, then the Hiyoko in the newspaper. You really saying it's the same person? That's impossible. I mean, how can there be a photo of a grown-up Hiyoko which is already dead? Why does this even exist?
Hey, hey.
Could it be related to the list of subjects over there? Huh?
This is bad.
If it says subjects, maybe it means there was some kind of experiment, right? Did that experiment change Hyoko's body? Oh, what am I saying? I'm just saying it out loud makes it messed up. What experiment? If it's some kind of experiment, it would mean that we're also test subjects, right? I mean, our name's also written on that blackboard on the list of subjects. But what kind of experiment was it?
What's going on?
What's going on? It doesn't have anything to do with time travel. No. no, it's not time travel. Oh, right. The headmaster. An extremely overwhelming portrait is hanging on the wall. I feel like I've seen it before, but the name etched into the placard says, Host Peak Academy founder, Izuru Kamakura. Founder of Host Peak Academy, and his name, Izuru Kamakura? Doesn't this clearly contradict the information I obtained earlier? Another mystery. Yeah, this is the second Uzuru we've learned about. One Uzuru was a student who got warped into be like this ultimate experiment of hope. The other Uzuru is the actual headmaster of the whole academy. There's letters floating in the air, like a music room from earlier. It's like the passage from an email someone wrote. I think it's the same one from earlier. I should read it. We understand this matter regarding the survivors. In order to safely acquire them, please do your best to continue your investigation. However, you must exercise extreme caution concerning the remnants of despair. Even though they have lost Junko, the fact remains that they are incredibly dangerous. Even after her death, the tragedy is not ended. Perhaps there is still a leader on par with Junko. As long as we do nothing about the remnants of despair, we will not be able to end this incident. For this reason, the remnants of despair must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered. Everything is for the sake of a shining future. Immediately eliminated? Does that mean it This is a kill order? Doesn't sound peaceful at all. Well, I guess that's understandable. If the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is as terrible as it sounds, it's pretty much all-out war. If the Remnants of Despair are the ones waging that war, there's no way they'd be forgiven that easily. And then it stopped, and the music, because Monokuma had something to say. Okay, with this, you've totally raised all the flags in this floor. Congratulations, Hajime! You now go on to the next stage. Next stage? Also, do you notice that all the flowers are, like, pixelated and glitched out? You know, once again, hinting at what the bigger picture. What's that? Everything's hinting. I'm not doing the drinking game anymore? Yeah, that's fair. Damn it, not again. Always different from last time. Guess that when the flag Monokuma mentioned is raised, I moved to a different hallway than the last. But how can he do that? No, it's not time to be confused by that. Thinking about it's just going to waste my energy. Back on the third floor. We're back on the floor where not one but 2 killings happened. Well, actually 3, technically. Because Celeste had 2 people killed, and then Sakura killed herself in Chapter 4. Oh, speaking of that room. There's a billiard table, a dartboard, and a shelf lined with magazines. It's hard to think of a room like this actually exists inside a school. I've got to do my obligatory scan, and like, where could a Monokuma be hiding? It's a file, a Host Peak Academy seal on it. It says confidential, that means it's a big secret, right? What an important document be here? Why am I even asking a question like that? Obviously Monokuma's responsible. Anyway, I need to confirm what's inside the file. About the host cultivation plan. For many years, Host Peak Academy has conducted rigorous research into various talents. The Hope Cultivation Plan seeks to use the fruits of our labour to further our true goal. With our hands, we will birth a true hope that will bring hope to the entire world. Truly, the program is the next innovation in providing the ultimate education. This plan has been the Academy's wish since its foundation. We must succeed at all costs. What followed was a series of detailed instructions and intricate orders. It was full of difficult technical terms, and I had no idea what any of them meant. However, the word True Hope left a strong impression on my mind for some reason. The Hope Cultivation Plan was created for the sake of birthing true hope. The Hope Peak Academy was behind something like that? I don't really get it, but there's something about these words. True hope, huh? The Hope Cultivation Plan has been added to the True Product section of your handbook. Hologram. What does this one say? Well, there's another email passage. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have finally succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. Though they were all dispersed, we were successful in acquiring all 15 of them. Due to the fact that we were unable to ask them about specific details, it is unknown how they managed to survive the tragedy. It's been reported that some are wounded, so it seems certain that they survived under harsh conditions. It's a one and done. Oh, fair enough. Over the course of our detailed investigations, we determined that they are the same age as the others, so we've decided to entrust them to the survivors of the killing school life. Yup, the 15 survivors that were found beyond the tragedy were entrusted to the first game's cast. And through power of deduction, we know one of them was Chiaki, so you can take that away from 16. Those 15 survivors are probably all of us. We were found, when we already learned about the Remnants of Despair, we were found, after the incidents with Hope versus Despair, gathered up, and under some situation, put under something by the first game's cast to try and protect us. But something went wrong and Monokuma got involved. Starting to get more pieces of the puzzle. I mean, the most obvious one is, we learned that the entire reserve course all committed suicide. We learned that one at the start of the stream. I wrote up because the amount of tracks is insane. And that's fair enough, one man. You gotta know when to call it. But we learned that the entire reserve course took themselves out. Minus one. One of them didn't. And because we know Hajime's in the reserve course, now we know why Hajime was the one reserve course student picked. He was the only one who didn't take off himself. But we'll get to that later. Also, Muse is sex-coded. What? Does he mean is it that good? As for the Remnants of Despair, there's still no solid leads regarding this matter, and we have no new information to report. We will continue with the investigation. Once they are discovered, we shall eliminate them immediately. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. The Remnants of Despair. And the Academy survivors. It says that they succeeded in acquiring them and placed them in our care, which means we should have been protected by the Future Foundation, right? Then why is this happening? If the Future Foundation was protecting us, why were we forced to kill each other on the island? Yeah, because Monokuma got involved. And trying to reign... Oh, oh, she's one of those characters, got it. Well, I guess it's not possible that the Future Foundation set this all up.
What's this?
Oh my, Hajime, you keep worrying about that. You're gonna get a toothache and collapse.
It's your fault. What is this hologram thing anyway?
Hey,
It's exactly what it looks like. They're the Future Foundation's emails. I thought they made a perfect clue, so I did a little bit of hacking here and there to get them.
You can even do that? Whoever's controlling you seems to possess many talents.
No, no.
Well, who cares about me anyway? That's not important at all.
No, wait, that's not important. His true identity should connect everything to what's happening right now. Oh, yeah, right. Now everything's reason the brick. This is why, as I said, the Case 5 investigation theme more represents Case 5. Because after a while, the theme changes because everything gets more broken. It's like I'm in a different hallway again. Pretty used to it by now, but even so. What is this space? Am I dreaming or something? I mean, it's totally disconnected from reality. Kana, you doing okay? It's close. It's very close. Someone's coming. Kind of twitching her nose and examining her surroundings.
Based on my gut feeling.
They're definitely real close. At least that's what my gut is telling me. The answer is this with your gut. Is it an enemy or an ally? My gut feeling is... They're both.
Yo.
He's right. They're both. Both? What do you mean?
You.
I don't know any details. Just my gut after all. Oh, that's true, I guess. I do love this remix of the theme, though. This must be a library. Monokuma probably left something here too. I'll try to find it. The hologram again. Must be another one of the Future Foundation's emails. I should read it, there's no doubt it's another clue. To Future Foundation's 14th Division, Makoto Naege. Where are you guys, and what are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason, do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully, you guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light to hope of the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and cooperated with recovering your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. What does this mean? The email suggests that someone was trying to let the remnants escape. This email is addressed to Makoto Naege. But he's with the Future Foundation, right? Then why is he trying to protect the remnants? Did he betray the Future Foundation? Why do I interact with these? Spain's camera. Why would there be Spain's camera inside a skull? Wonders if something the same purpose. Watching us used to try Monokuma. I was gonna say, because he doesn't know that... Well, he knows that it was a killing school life here, but he doesn't know, like, the context of the cameras directly in the school. Oh yeah, right, we come in here, we don't come into the classroom. Huh? Didn't I walk into a classroom? I really get it, but it's like it's a laundry room. There's no use worrying about it, but I was in a school and now I'm suddenly in a laundry room.
No.
It's like a tablet computer. So the power's on too. This is the next clue. Put up the tablet and immediately start examining it. The Neo World program. Neo World program? The World Neo World. I seem to recall hearing it a few times already. The Neo World program has another name. The Psychotherapeutic Communication Simulator. The Neo World program is built with the most recent psychotherapy technology and administrative software to develop the Neo World program. Individuals such as the Ultimate Programmer, the Ultimate Neurologist, and the Ultimate Therapist were among the many talented people whose research results were utilized. By mounting a device to the cranium, the Neo World program allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. Additionally, the Neo World program has another feature. It can replace memories formed in the real world with information contained in the synthetic virtual world. Therefore, it is possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of the virtual world. However, this device is for psychotherapeutic purposes only. Any other use is expressly forbidden. Though it is highly effective in treating brainwashing, abusing the device risks total personality destruction. Thus, extreme care must be exercised when operating this program. Slowly, everything around me turned black. Synthetic virtual world. Program. A feeling of emptiness, like everything is being tainted. A feeling of weakness, like the world is collapsing beneath my feet. Everything is starting to feel meaningless. The desperate attempts, the sad goodbyes, the conflicts, the trust I felt until now. It's all disappearing until all I feel is despair. Ah! I screamed loudly as I was confirming the sound of my own voice. There's no way I can accept this. I'm starting to accept that there's no way something as crazy as this actually exists.
Nice!
You gotta raise the flags more in order to clear my character route. Now then, despair's waiting for you. Impossible. This is impossible. It's all made up. Everything's all made up. Made up? Including me too. Yeah. Now we know Hiyoko. The reason why Hiyoko was so young when we knew her, and yet in the real world was older, is because we're in the Neo World program. Every single person of the 15 students were within the program to try and fix their problems. Which from that you can deduce we were the remnants of despair. The whole cast, the reason why the game's called Goodbye Despair is hinting at the fucking twist. The second game's cast were the dedicated followers of Junko Enoshima, one way or another. The ones that continued to fight after, the one who continued her legacy after she died. And we were taken in by the Future Foundation, put into these devices for the New World to undo the despair, trauma and whatnot, to basically try and save us and bring us back to some kind of reality. Hey, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the Killing School trip? By the way, do you guys remember the speech I made at the beginning? From this point on, I promise you that the world that truly deserves to be called again. You guys are the only ones watching this who can save them. The end of the world is nigh. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Isn't it exciting? Isn't it heart-throbbing? Look forward to it. This hallway. When we first arrived, I walked down this hallway from the classroom to get to the gym. I don't really see the resemblance, but... yeah, good luck trying to navigate this shit. Like the whole... and obviously, because now we know we're inside a computer program, all of this makes more sense. Monokuma broke through the firewalls. And so everything is starting to self-destruct in here. The last guardians of the firewall was Monami and Chiaki, both being part of the Future Foundation. The moment they died, or was disposed with, was the moment the virus that is Monokuma could infest the computer software that we're in.
Well?
Are you familiar with the placebo effect and the nocebo effect? Huh? The placebo effect is when your heart improves after taking a fake medicine that you believe is real. And the nocebo effect is the exact opposite. Which means as long as the human brain controls all other bodily functions... if the brain believes something is real, it will become real. Why would you bring that up all of a sudden? Huh?
Oh my,
I am not sure. I do not fully understand. What the heck? The moment you discovered that the truth was a lie, all hope will disappear.
Is this floating? That's impossible. There's no way something this big will be floating like this. What in the world is it? When I took a looked at the object. Do you remember? Welcome. Welcome to the Neo World program. A person? A floating person is talking to me? Who is it? No, is this even a person in the first place? I'm not quite a person. I'm simply an artificial intelligence program. It would make me happy if you called me Alter Ego. That is merely the name my master gave me when he created me. Hello, Chihiro. It's good to see you again. It can talk? But what are you? Alter Ego? Artificial intelligence program? I am the master's program behind the Neo World program. I'm responsible for creating and overseeing this world. However, only the observer has the authority to directly influence you guys. I can't actually exert much influence. In fact, my existence is one that you don't normally meet. I'm sort of like an apartment manager or something. I may oversee the entire apartment building, but I lack the power to manage individual rooms. But the virus has infected everything I'm supposed to be managing. And because of that, this world I'm managing is acting very peculiar. Hold on, my brain can't follow what you're saying. Let me gather my thoughts first. Damn it, it's that feeling earlier again. The floating. Like my feet are hovering above the floor. It's like I can't feel my feet on the ground. Like I can't even believe my own existence. Hey, you should know, right? Where is this place? Tell me, what is the Neo World program? The Neo World program has omitted the data collection procedure for shaping the entire world. As such, only the data we collected during the experimental stage is being utilized. Specifically, this means the data detailing Jabberwock Island where the research facility is located. That is why the previous Jabberwock Island cityscape was restored. Ergo, if I am to answer your question, where is this place, the answer would be mostly Jabberwock Island. Certain portions of it are different depending on your circumstances. For example, this school you're in. It appears this space is entirely under the virus's influence. That's probably why I'm appearing before you too. However, even without the virus, these circumstances are a bit unnatural. It seems the launch was rushed, and because of that there wasn't enough time to connect any data. I'm sorry, I don't know the circumstances of the outside world. After all, I'm simply the overseer of the Neo World program. Most of its words, I understood what they meant, but I couldn't understand what was being said. There was no way for me to acknowledge it as the truth. It would make much more sense if this was a fictional world. Wait, are you saying this world is a fictional world? I feel like I can't believe what's going on here. This missing sense of reality, all the mysteries, all the truths, they're all just fiction? Is that... Even so, I need to know. I need to know what this world is. Hey, can you tell me? Can you tell me, what was the Neo World program used for in the first place? The Neo World program serves only one purpose. It is used to make the real world a splendid one. I guess you can say it's a program for creating hope. A program for creating hope? But the fact that we're here, and the fact that we don't have our memories, that's all the program's for, right? Deleting memory is the first step towards replacing memory. Replacing memory data is one of the features of the Neo World program. With the installed memory control unit, it is possible to remove any time period you set to it, and from there, you upload the memories obtained in the virtual world. Removing memories of any time period you set it to? So Monokuma was right, we did lose our school memories. But why? Why us? Why were our school memories taken away? There's a reason for that, right? That is a mystery to me too. Boosting the program on the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy while it's still in its experimental stage. I'm sure there was a very good reason. But unfortunately, I don't know what's happening in the outside world. I'm sorry. Are you saying we're lab rats? That's the only thing I can think of. It sounds like we're just lab rats. The Future Foundation did that to us. But they're trying to save the world, right? Or is the Future Foundation not our ally? I'm sorry, I can't provide that much help. If only I was more reliable, I wouldn't have lost my authority to a virus like this. All these new words make my head feel like they're about to burst. Can you tell me more about the Observer and that virus? Well, for this session, the Neo World program was programmed to house 15 people, along with 2 monitors. 2 monitors? Yeah, they were disguised as a teacher and one of the students. Yeah, monitors as in monitoring, a teacher and a student. Chiaki and Monomi. They intend to guide participants in this way. By the way, the observer is in the teacher role has been given the authority to influence you all, but the observer in the student role was not. They weren't giving any special authority at all, so they'd seem the same as everyone else. What kind of authority does the teacher role have? As an example, the teacher creates the rule of this world and manages them. If the teacher is properly managing the rules they created, there is no risk of abuse. But because of the virus infecting everything, that has changed. It changed this world where violence shouldn't have existed in the first place. The Neo World program would have promised eternal peace. But just like the outside world, it's become a world filled with violence and death. What is that virus? I don't really know the details behind its true identity, but that function is beyond my capacities. No matter how much I try to stop it, it behaves as if it already knows what I'm attempting to do. In the end, it stole the portion of my abilities which contained my authority to build the world. It was like it was a grandmaster chess player. I desperately tried to fight back so I wouldn't have complete control, but even so, a portion of the world has been modified at its convenience. She's probably talking about the Monokuma Rock and the Funhouse. Based on what she's saying, it sounds like she's on the receiving end of a one-sided attack. But Alter Ego should be an impressive artificial intelligence that the Future Foundation created. I can tell that just by communicating with her. Which means this supposed virus is so smart that it surpasses this Alter Ego? If so, does that virus possess an artificial intelligence just like her? Damn it, what the heck? An artificial intelligence waging an attack against another one. That's so freaking irritating. But how did that virus infect the Neo World program? The Neo World program exists in isolation. It's impossible it was infected through a network. I'm fairly certain someone physically uploaded it. Physically? Perhaps someone secretly brought an external memory drive containing the virus into the facility, and directly uploaded it into the main computer where the Neo World program is installed. Based on my calculations, that's most likely what happened. It was brought to the Future Foundation's facility. So someone snuck Monokuma in, basically. But the only person who could enter that facility is someone who was a member of the Future Foundation. Damn it, what am I thinking? Why am I assuming that what I just heard was the truth? Why am I assuming that everything is a lie? The observers. But it's true that the virus is powerful and that I'm completely overwhelmed by it. But I'm still able to defend the essential areas, so it has a limit too. A limit? If it took over an observer, then it has to follow the rules of an observer. Such as, in order to end the program and release everyone, I need to follow the correct procedure and... even if you're just a god in a machine, that's enough hints from you. You're gonna say something more? Suppose that you exist between life and death. The death of yourself is inevitable. If so, it can be parallel to the deflection based on the definition of existence that constitutes the relationship. From there, the paradigm changes results by being cut off rapidly and causes a situation where your own existence is unobservable and accelerates and crosses with a joint ownership of the world and the situation from the context invites your death. Hey. Death. What the heck? What just happened? You're right there, aren't you? Someone is right there, right? Huh? Who are you? Are you different from the earlier one? Maybe you can't hear my voice from this side. I'm currently talking to the world through Alter Ego. Ever since you guys vanished into that space, the video's feedback has been pretty distorted. But even so, we were forced to watch you this entire time. Huh? The things you guys were forced to do, we were forced to watch it. Forced to watch us? We want to save you right away, but because of the virus's interference, I couldn't. Our orders are no longer being accepted, including shutdown requests. The Neo World program is beyond our control now. In that world, that person created an independent country that doesn't accept outside interference. But Alter Ego created an opportunity for me to speak to you directly. If this means that's working, then it means that the person I need to talk to is right there, I hope. So the guy can't even hear and he'll see me. So who is this guy anyway? Is he our ally? Since there's no time, I'm going to say what I need to say and believe that you're listening to me. But first I should apologize to everyone. I know apologizing won't help, but we didn't imagine something like this would happen. We never expected such an atrocious virus was lurking inside the Neo World program. But that's entirely our fault. It's our responsibility for not realizing it until it was too late. But it's not just the virus either. I can't say for sure that the program didn't have any problems in the first place. To tell you the truth, I was unsure about whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you all. I wanted to save you guys. Save us? What did you want to save us from? Why would this save us? You've already seen the password to enter the graduation exam ground, right? You know, 11037? 11037, that's the number we found in Izumi Castle. The door to the ancient room is supposed to open after you finish gathering the hope fragments. From there, you guys were supposed to challenge the graduation exam. However, I prepared that password just in case something went wrong. Like I said earlier, I had my doubts that this program was perfect. Even if the chance was slim, I thought the observer might end up going rogue. That's the reason I left the 11037 password in a place where the teacher role would not be able to go. I never thought Nagato, who saw it first, would erase that password. Anyway, I'm also the person who set the password to that number. The number contains a secret. Yeah, it's the secrets to what sparked everything in the first game. Someone close to me left that number to save me when I was in a dilemma. Yeah, literally, Makoto's first girlfriend, in her dying breath, left that code to hint at who the real killer was. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm entrusting that trusting that will to you all. I've entrusted it to your future. But that person who's trying to abuse the graduation exam, I'm sure they are going to crush you with despair using the graduation exam that's waiting for you. But I want you guys to endure it without giving on hope. I want you guys to withstand it until I get there, because I have a secret to defeat them. Does that mean he has a secret plan to defeat Monokuma? In a worst case scenario where an observer who has the role of the teacher goes rogue, I prepared a hidden command to use as a graduation exam site. It's the forced shutdown sequence. Forced shutdown sequence? Even as a teacher's authority can't stop that command. It's a way to end this that you guys can choose on your own, independently of the observer. Which means even if they stole the teacher's authority, they shouldn't be able to stop it. If you use that, you guys will win. However, in order to start the forced shutdown sequence, you need more than half the number of people. In order to do that, I need to somehow get that number.
Say what?
What was that just now? Hey, Hajime, what was that weirdness just now?
Nothing really.
I see.
Anyway.
Oh well, anyway, that's all the hint you're gonna get. Maybe artificial intelligence tells you any more useless stuff, I'm gonna butt in again.
Did Monokuma not notice just what happened? Been a while since I've spoken at length, but it was important to talk to you. It was worth waiting a long time here. But that guy just now, that shouldn't be anything else for you to ask me. Yeah, saying don't bring it up. It'd be bad Monokuma overheard us. That means Monokuma doesn't know about the conversation I had with that guy just now. You guys have a weapon, a very powerful weapon. It all depends on how you guys use that weapon. The only thing I can do is prevent the virus's invasion with all my might so you guys can use that weapon. The rest is up to you. Do your best. Our best, huh? But what do we have to do our best at? The mystery is getting solved. I'm finally starting to see the truth. But what are we supposed to do when the truth is really a lie? We know we're working towards a conclusion that nobody wants to hear, but still, do we really need to work hard and do our best? Is there really a reason to do our best? If everything was a lie, then isn't everything just meaningless? It's the same for the killings too. Even though we had the experience something as painful as that, something as tragic as that, wouldn't that all be meaningless as well? When the world is flipped over and becomes so irrational, what am I supposed to do? 11037's been added to your truth bullets. And the shutdown sequence has been added.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
It's time for the long-awaited graduation exam. Please enter the red door located on the first floor of Hope's Peak Academy.
See you soon.
A red door, huh? Just a waste of time thinking about what this all means right now. For now, I need to finish this. I need to focus on that. Ah, there's a blast from the past. He means this red door, right? I just have to go in here. If I do that, will this be finished? This place.
Yo,
Feels like everyone's here.
Damn right.
Seems that it's going to be the final place. However, this place is... Is this a trial field? But why is this a trial field? Sure, it's like a trial ground, but the vibe is way different than the one from before. We've been here before, right? Yeah, this should be the place that the door at the ancient ruins leads to.
Hey.
Seems pretty strange that we've been in that other building up till now.
Damn it.
It's like we're dreaming or something. This is a dream, then this too is very...
Welcome!
So you finally arrived. Congratulations. You guys are the first ones ever beat this game. After stopping by Host Peak Academy, you finally come back to this place. To the graduation exam site within the ancient ruin of Jabberwock Island.
You.
You can give it a fancy name, a graduation exam site, but it's no different than the trial ground from before.
Stupid fool!
Phew.
Trial field actually inspired the one from before, so in a way, this place is the original.
Hey, hey.
Who cares? Graduation exam means we can finally go home, right?
Of course.
Of course, if that's what you guys decide.
Huh?
And we have to decide what we have to do.
Now then.
Please take a look at the LCD touch panel built into your seats. Compared to the other trials, the rules are simpler this time.
Yes, indeed.
There are two options, graduate and repeat. You just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you will cast your votes, and whichever one has the majority will be considered your final decision. If you don't press either of them, it will be treated as an absence and you will not be counted.
In other words.
Which means everyone who has died up till now will have their vote treated as absences. Then the results are based on our majority votes. If graduate is chosen by the majority, an event kind of like a graduation ceremony called the graduation program will begin. If we do a stupid majority vote, the results are already pretty damn obvious. Come on, let's move this along. We press it now, right?
No,
You can't do that yet. I mean, your resolve hasn't been firmed yet, right? You will be swept away by society's harsh current. Shut up. Who the hell's cares? I'm gonna press
What's
it.
this?
My. Which of your orifices are you using to spew bile? If you're saying the graduation program, you need my final say as a teacher, you know? What does that mean? It won't end with just a majority
That's
vote?
right.
After the vote, I'm going to judge every single one of you to see if it's okay for you to graduate or not.
Damn it.
So even if we vote, you're saying we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it?
Well.
Terribly sorry for being rude earlier.
No way.
But you don't have to worry. There's no way I won't acknowledge your graduations. This is merely a formality. I'm just doing it because that's how it has to be. Doing it because he knows that's how it has to be doesn't mean he can exert his own will over everything. He too has a limit. Is this what Alter Ego is talking about? Anyway, even if you don't want to do it, you guys still need to do it to solve the mystery. Afterwards, you cast your majority votes, and from there, we move on to the graduation program. Why do we even have to go through something so dumb? Well, that is, you said you were waiting for the main cast, right? Which means you're just stalling for time then. Who's the main cast? Oh, no need to worry about that. It has nothing to do with you guys. There's no way it's nothing to do with us. We're the only ones who are involved, you know.
So annoying.
It doesn't matter if you're involved or not. You're just a bunch of chumps in the big picture. That's why it's nothing to do with you. Just perform your roles without complaining.
You pissed me
Hold
off.
on. What's with that chump comment?
I can't ignore that!
Oh, not that it's important or anything, but make sure you turn off that toy.
I won't forgive
How dare you treat him like a toy?
What's this?
I did treat him like a toy. You got a problem with that? I created everything. You're actually picking a fight with me. I'm basically a god. Just how promising can you guys be? I guess this is just the nature of life. Fine then, before you die, sear my power into your memories. Hello world. Hello world. Hello world. Hello world. Does that say 11-year-old lunch order at the top? Alter Ego. Alter Ego's trying to break through still. Happy birthday. Anyway, our truth bullets. We got the reserve department, the tragedy of Hope's Peak, that tragedy, the ultimate despair, the killing school life that happened before, the survivors of that, the remnants of despair that came after Junko, the list of subjects on the list, the founder, Yuzuru, the Hope Cultivation Plan, the email to Makoto, the Neo World Program, the Observers, 11037, and the shutdown sequence, and Future Foundation's origins.
This is a long-ass case. I was getting always playing on meme. We're going to be here for a while. I know every stream's kind of long anyway, but we're going to be here for a while, so I'm going to basically get comfy, get a cup of water, and just be ready for this. Give me 1 minute. Alright, let's do this. Trial 6, the mystery of everything going on in this game. Let's go.
I did say I wanted you guys to know the outside world, but this is still a questionable starting topic. Let me ask you this. What is this world's true identity?
Huh? This world's true identity? What kind of question is that?
This world's true identity. If I answer this, it will be true. And that lie will become the truth. But there's no way I can leave it unanswered. Straight into a fucking Hangman's Gambit. Oh boy. It's that this world is virtual, which is why everything is the way it is. UAL. I was trying to think, how do you spell this again? Fuck. There we go.
I got it!
This world. This Jabberwock Island we're on.
It's a virtual world that was inspired by the actual Jabberwock Island.
Hey!
So, this isn't the real world, but if you want, you can call it the game world. You get it? It's all just one big game.
Are you friggin' serious?
Don't fucking mess with me, you bastard! Did you have us all come here just to tell us bullshit?
If this is a game, are my words being displayed in a text window right now?
Oh, soda.
That's stupid. There's no way that's even possible.
I know. The all-in-your-minds trope makes you feel such cruel despair. But who cares? I've revived all the suspense and mystery with just one line. 'Cause it's a game.
Then we were forced to kill each other.
'Cause it's a game.
A lot of crazy shit happened.
'Cause it's a game.
We're the only people here.
'Cause it's a game.
Monokuma's nonsensical abilities.
'Cause it's a game.
Yeah, Monica was saying, if you think of it that way, everything makes sense.
Don't fuck with me! That's not even possible!
I know you guys are pissed, but you were having fun too, right? A world where anything goes only exists in games. So just force yourself to accept it. This closed space, this game world, was the true stage of this killing school trip.
Just stop. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna believe that.
Back in the day, people must have reacted the same way when they first saw the airplane take flight. But like wearing contact lenses, it'll stop feeling strange once you just get used to it.
Please do not compare reality to contact lenses.
I mean, if this really is a virtual world, what does that make us?
You better not say we're fictional characters.
The Future Foundation created this world using a program called the Neo World Program. It's programmed to place the user in a virtual world by synchronizing directly with the user's brain. Which means your body still exists in the real world. But right now, you're completely submerged in the game world, as if you're dreaming or something. Simply put, you're, you know, not aviators, but...
You mean Avatar, right? An existence created in the game is a copy of the user's real body.
But we're not just regular avatars, right?
Your avatars were constructed by removing a specific thing from your bodies in the real world.
What did you remove?
He removed our memories.
I see!
What was removed from us was our school memories, right?
Which means we're avatars that were created from our memories from before we entered the academy?
And if we're memories built from before we entered the academy, a lot of other things start to make sense. Like, you know, a little girl who was suddenly fully grown. That's how she looked in the real world. But because it was put beforehand, her memories were put beforehand, and so she looked little again. Her avatar was her when she was still small.
So that's why we don't have our
That's why
memories of our
Hiyoko looked
lives
so
at
diddy,
Hope Street
even though in the
Academy?
real world she'd already had her growth spurt.
Don't talk like that! Like we're made from memories of the past. Like we're avatars. Like this is a game world. How'd we end up talking about sci-fi crap? I'll never believe it!
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not sci-fi, it's a game!
This world is a virtual reality created by a computer program. If we can't proceed if we don't accept it. Is believing him really the only thing we can do? Oh my god. 9 bullets. We're looking for list of subjects.
Is there any evidence that this is really a game world?
You are the evidence!
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school! But your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your school life, your real bodies actually lived that life!
That must
And we know because of the list of subjects that he's saying the truth.
Earlier, in the teacher's lounge, I found this strange newspaper clipping. There was a picture of Hiyoko, but she looked more like an adult than the Hiyoko we knew.
Like an adult? What does that mean?
Since we're avatars right now, we look exactly as we did before we entered the school. But in the real world, we've already lived out our school lives. Which means we've grown that much older. And among us, some aged so much we didn't recognize them.
And you were saying that happened to Hiyoko?
It appears Hiyoko had a growth spurt during the school year. Looks like the other shorty graduated, Fuyuhiko.
I can't believe that. You're just making shit up.
But if you guys only had memory loss, your body still should have grown during that time, right? So you should have felt your bodies go through growth spurts. But why didn't you guys recognize each other?
Because we did not know each other before we lost our memories.
If we all met after we lost our school memories, it's no different than meeting each other for the first time. Since we didn't know each other before that, we wouldn't have noticed how much we've all grown.
No, hold on. If we didn't know each other before, then we wouldn't have had known if we aged or not by looking at each other. Then wouldn't he have noticed the difference? Fuyuhiko would have noticed.
You're the only one!
Hey, Fuyuhiko, you knew Peko for a long time, right?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Seems weird. No, now that I think about it, it's definitely strange.
Strange? What is?
Our school memories. About how many days' worth were taken away.
As the creators of the Neo World program, only the future future Foundation would know the details, but around 2 or 3 years worth, I assume.
That long?
Peko and I have seen each other almost every single day of our lives. If we lost 2 years worth of memories, we would have noticed that we were older than we remembered.
So, does that mean our memory loss is another one of Monokuma's lies?
Your refusal to accept your mutual memory loss is why you can't notice all the important parts. You've lost your memories, end of story. You guys are avatars who had their memories taken from them.
This is a virtual world, and we're virtual avatars. Are you saying we just have to accept that?
I can feel my heartbeat, and I know what I smell like. So what do you call these things I'm feeling? Are you saying these are all lies?
Just because it's a game doesn't mean everything was a lie. Have you heard that when you're hypnotized to believe you've been burned, a burn mark will really appear?
So if our brains believe something is real, it's no different than if it actually happened?
Now that you mention it, I did hear about a phenomenon quite similar to that. In a distant country, there was a certain experiment carried out on one of their prisoners. The prisoner was blindfolded, strapped to a bed, and had small wounds applied to his toes to drain his blood. That prisoner was left alone in the experiment room, as the sound of dripping blood echoed throughout the room. But in fact, his blood was not being drained. He was just forced to listen to the sound of dripping water, but he believed he was bleeding to death. However, in spite of that, the prisoner still died.
As expected of Miss Sonia. Your knowledge of state-sanctioned torture is amazing.
If a lie is a believable lie, you're saying it might become the truth? We're really just connected to machines and stuff. And our consciousness was uploaded into here, so we genuinely believe that this game world was real.
Then, the Jabberwock Island we've been living on.
Of course, that's also a virtual world.
Oh man, you mean there isn't a place called Titty Typhoon? Ah, it's all a lie.
Sea, that beach, the buildings, everything. It's all a virtual world created by the Neo World program. It's just like this space we're in right now. What we see before us is a virtual environment created by the program. It looks real because our brains think it's real.
That's why in the end... it was all just a creation. That's the truth. And now the illusion's been broken. The real. The truth is it's all a lie. That is the world's truth.
If everything's a lie, then what should we believe?
Who cares if it's a lie?
Hey, what are you getting at?
I mean, if this is really a game world, everything that happened here took place inside the game, right?
Then that must mean...
That's right. The killings we were forced to commit were part of some silly game. Everyone who was killed should still be alive in the real world.
Oh yeah. Just because they died in the virtual world doesn't mean they died in real life.
So... you are saying everyone is still alive?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that right, Monokuma? What's so funny?
If a lie is a believable lie, it might become the truth. That's what you said earlier, Fuyuhiko.
Don't tell me. You mean...
Yeah, they all believed they died, so the real version of them might have disconnected.
The Neo World program isn't just any game. It's next-gen software containing the ultimate reality. And speaking of that reality, if a player's avatar experiences death, their brains inside their actual bodies will stop functioning too!
What?
Then... everyone who died...
It's not like their bodies are completely dead, so I can't say it's a true death, but that's why it's actually crueler instead. All that's left of them are empty husks.
Are you saying they will never awaken? Again?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Well, nobody's gonna appreciate a game where you don't die when you're supposed to, right?
What game? That's not what we risked our lives for.
If you want to be mad, please be mad at the Future Foundation. They're forcing you to play this game.
Future Foundation? The people from the Future Foundation made us play this sick game? Everything was their doing?
Then... Monomi and Chiaki were...
They betrayed the Future Foundation to protect us. And then... they were taken out.
I see. So our real enemy is the Future Foundation!
I mean, no, you're all just getting manipulated. Don't believe every single thing that comes out of Monokuma's mouth. Future Foundation's our real enemy? Is that it? Is that really it? Oh, this 8-bit remix. Oh my god, so many bullets again. Yeah, number 9. Neo World program we need.
The Neo World program was developed by... the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing...
They didn't make the killing game.
Wrong.
Originally, in the world created by the Neo World program, a concept like violence never existed.
Then... why is there killing going on?
The virus that invaded this program is forcing us to kill each other.
Could it be that virus is...
He's like, oh, could it be little old me?
You're right. Until Monokuma appeared, this island was giving off a really peaceful vibe.
Yeah. It didn't get weird until Usami was remodeled as Monomi.
Monomi, what sort of role did such a lost girl like her have in this world?
Hey, don't change the subject!
But that is also something we need to clear up. Monomi or Usami? She had the role that was the observer. Akuma's spare.
I see!
She was the observer of the Neo World program.
And the other one was
Isn't that
Chiaki.
right?
That's right! She was an NPC that was assigned the role of observer.
NPC? What's that?
Non-player character. A character that's not controlled by a person. It's different from avatars like us.
Monomi's existence was created entirely by the program, just to monitor the 15 of you.
Please wait! Did you just say 15 people?
Have you forgotten how to count? We're 16 people in total.
He was probably excluding the other observer.
Huh? Another observer?
The Future Foundation's other observer, it's Chiaki.
I see!
Aside from the 15 participants, there were 2 observers in the Neo World program. One of them was Monomi, and the other one was...
Could it have been Chiaki?
Yeah, you're right.
You're saying Chiaki was an NPC?
So you're saying she was just a program? And she didn't actually exist in real life?
Then... she wasn't human?
She didn't exist at all? Not human?
No, that's not it. Chiaki was really alive. Even if she was a virtual existence, she was really alive. Did you forget? She saved our lives, you know?
Don't get all mushy towards a game character!
Shut up!
Plus, she wasn't just a little game character, she was a lackey for the detestable World Ender.
I thought you all knew this! Yeah, you were, man. World Ender. Yeah, the 2 observers, Monomi was an NPC, and Chiaki was effectively part of that as well.
Now that you mention it, you referred to the Future Foundation by that name before.
That just means it was all a bluff, right? So we think that the Future Foundation was our enemy.
Do not joke about the world ending!
No, there's no doubt that the Future Foundation is also World Ender. At least for those of us here.
Yeah, because the Future Foundation are trying to end the terrible world the despair and the remnants of despair made. They're not ending the world literally, they're trying to end the suffering. try and get some kind of peace and hope back in the world again. So they are ending the people that just want the war to go unending. For everyone who's here.
What do you mean, those of us here? Why are you lumping us with you?
It's just a bluff.
Monokuma, what exactly are you? Like, don't you just show us your true self already?
What, you can't talk?
It is cowardly of you to just ignore us!
Before I reveal my true identity to you guys, it appears the main cast has finally arrived!
Huh?
Main cast?
Speaking of which, this guy is a member of World Ender!
What? World Ender? It's not the Future Foundation's fault. Rather, the fault lies with you guys.
All right! I was waiting for you, Makoto! You finally arrived!
Makoto?
My name is Makoto Naegi. Like you, I'm also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy. And right now, I'm a member of the Future Foundation.
You are from the Future Foundation?
Why did someone like you suddenly show up?
I got it. You came to save us, right? Then hurry up and save us! Hey, what happened?
Nagato, what they did to your hair, man. Yeah, imagine like going to like the voice actor and being like, okay, we want to see. We know you voiced Makoto in the last game, and you like this Hope boy who tried to help everyone. We're gonna have you voice this psycho in this. Oh, by the way, Makoto's coming back as well, so you got a double role. If anything, I think Makoto slash Nagito's voice actor had like the most lines to record because of the two characters and being present in every chapter. I think he single-handedly had the most lines in this game. Like, even more than Hajime, or even more than, like, any other significant character, more than Chiaki, more than Monokuma. What is this? He's acting a bit strange. This guy's attitude, it's as if he's being cautious of us.
Of course. I don't mind rescuing you guys. But before that, you all need to fully accept the situation you're in.
The situation we're in?
Why do you think the Future Foundation decided to put you guys into the Neo World program?
Who cares? Hurry up and get us
Who cares? So it's like, oh, come on.
The Neo World program has another name. The Hope Restoration Program.
Hope Restoration Program?
By now, you should understand your true identities.
Huh? Our true identities?
Aren't we the 15 survivors of Hope's Peak Academy who were rescued by the Future Foundation?
I mean, that is true, but you're also the 15 remnants of despair, where all the excesses of Junko, the cultists of Junko, essentially, that were brainwashed by her despariums.
Before you arrived here, Monokuma should have shown you guys some clues. Put them all together, and try thinking about it.
Put it together and think? Oh, you know what that means. Yep, time for a logic dive. Alright, let's try not to get, like clotheslined by a wall popping up right in front of us this time. We're cooperating. Who are the 15 survivors? It was Hajime in the group. We'll get to that in a minute. You're already kind of ahead of it, actually. Oh, shit! Oh, God. Question 2. Who are the remnants? No! The remnants of despair are still Hajime and the gang. we were put into it to try and have them recover from the despair.
It's all coming together.
Yeah, it feels like the Monokuma Corporate. Yeah, there's more to it yet.
The survivors of Hope's Peak Academy and the remnants of Ultimate Despair are...
Yes, both of those phrases refer to you guys. That's right. Not only are you guys the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy,
You're also survivors of Ultimate Despair!
We're all Ultimate Despair?
Don't be stupid!
in the beginning, we took in 15 of you as survivors of Hope's Peak Academy. But upon further investigation, we discovered an unbelievable truth. The 15 people we acquired were actually the horrifying remnants of despair.
That was us?
What is this ultimate despair?
I remember hearing that they're dangerous guys who are responsible for terrorism, coup d'etats, and wars.
Yes, they're responsible for the tragedy and brought chaos into the world. Despair in human form, but utterly devoid of humanity. That's what you guys really are. The ultimate despairs don't care about principles or morals. They just spread despair everywhere they go. They live solely to torment everything, to burn everything, to kill everything.
We're part of a dangerous group like that?
Oh, was it really surprising for Yakuza to pull a coup d'etat? Yeah, I know. You'd be like, wait a minute. But on a worldwide scale, in this day and age,
That's gotta be a lie.
That's right. There's no way. There's no way we're
also
all
new
ultimate
pose for
despair.
Hajime. We haven't seen that one yet. New sprite. They start busting out the big guns for K6.
Nagito probably did what he did because he managed to learn the unbelievable truth.
Nagito? Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden?
He's the only one who knew this truth before you guys. It was a special prize for clearing the final dead room.
Was it that file that contained all our student profiles? But inside...
I just find it funny if he goes the one that questioned it. And literally anyone else left. Yeah, fair. But this also starts to make sense of things. Because it also explains why Mikan was the way she was. Her version of the disease that we got, no, what happened was she got her memories back. And she became a remnant of despair again, and just enacted despair for the sake of it because of her love for Junko. Because of her manipulation brought into the love for Junko. Now there's the context for that. Which is why I say, with Case 3, a lot of people criticize that it feels kind of just like slapdash and just kind of happens, and the reason for the killing just makes no sense. And I always say, it doesn't on first encounter, but it does in retrospect. I still have lots of problems. I still think Case 3 is the weakest one. But I don't think it's as viciously bad as people make it out to be, because it does make sense once you have the context of the whole game. It's still fucked up, and it's still a shame who dies and how you have to solve the mystery, but it does make a smidge more sense once you have the context of the game. It's just on first encounter, you're like, what? The crush on Junko. Don't know if he was a Junko. Fair enough, one man. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be any details. Details? Details about our missing memories. Information about the time we spent at Hope's Peak Academy. If it's not written in there, these profiles might have been written before we entered the academy.
No, it used to have profiles from after you entered the school, but Nagito destroyed them before you saw it.
Huh? Like I said, Case 6 is mostly the her simulator for Hajime. He says her a lot.
Why? Why do you know something like that?
Anyway, it's the absolute truth that the file had profiles about you guys after you entered the school. And after Nagito obtained the file and learned the truth, what did he try to do to you guys?
Nagito learned the truth? What did he try and do to us? Are you telling us to answer that? What did he try to do? Well, he tried to make an impossible to solve case not to out the traitor, but to make it so only the traitor would live. He tried to kill us all. Insane. That was bullshit. Did you see that on the right? They came into the screen together. That's bullshit. You can't react to that. Oh, I pressed A on that one by accident. Whoops. That damage was impossible to avoid. Kill us. Ah, damn it. You can give me another L game, come on. There we go. When Naruto learned the truth, he tried to kill us all.
He tried to kill everyone except for the traitor.
That's right. After seeing the file, he learned that everyone, including him, was ultimate despair.
It's the first time I've ever heard someone ask for an L in a game. Yeah, just quiet. I don't need to ask for L's, I find them all the time.
And he tried to kill everyone except the traitor.
Did Nagito try to kill us because we were ultimate despair?
Yes, because of his love for hope and his hatred toward despair. I sort of understand that feeling.
Don't mess with us. Why do we have to be treated like the bad guys?
There must be some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
I don't need a twist like that.
It might seem unbelievable because you guys only have memories from before you entered the school. But it all happened at Hope's Peak Academy. You were tainted by ultimate despair because at Hope's Peak Academy, you were in contact with her.
Her?
The true ultimate despair. Junko Enoshima. She strongly influenced you all during your time at the school. And that's why you became ultimate despair. In order to remove that influence, you've been placed into the Hope Restoration Program.
Because you're like, this is Saw 3D all over again? Oh god, you had to bring up that fucking film, didn't you? I've seen all the Saw films up until like, just before the most recent one, because I kind of burnt out the series eventually. But like, man, that series just stopped being fun after like the third film. Am I the only one? I feel like the fourth onwards just kind of got really bad and just not interesting at all. And 3D was just like the worst example of it. I say, like, Jigsaw was a smidge better, but it also retconned most of the Saw films, so it was kind of bad in its own respect, because it's just like, man, if you actually cared about the story and whatnot, then get bugged. And I just didn't watch anything afterwards, I was just kind of done. I might not watch many films, but I do have odd spurs while I'll marathon a horror series. There's a few horror franchises I've gone through over time, and like, none of them was as deflating to me. Like, some of them were kind of bad as you went through them, but none of them were as deflating for me as Saw. Once Saw peaks and starts to go down, it plummets so damn hard, and yet so insistent that you have to keep caring, and then it doesn't pay off any of its conclusions. Like, Halloween had so many ups and downs, it was kind of insane, but I at least kind of was satisfied by the end of it. You know, I was like, yeah, sure, it had a bit of a rocky road, but whatever. Friday the 13th, Lord knows, like part 7, 8, and 9 are all kind of shit, but I still kind of liked them in their own weird, cheesy ways. Elm Street, you know, at least got Wes Craven's New Nightmare. You know, like, it ended on a high note, if you don't count the reboot. You know, like, it's still... And then you just get to Saw, and it's just, every film's just a slow descent, and it just doesn't get better. And it's just such a shame. Like, it's a slow, but Freddy v. Jason was disappointing. Yeah, I think what was disappointing was they had to basically make up rules to make it work. The biggest, I don't know. I think what Robert Englund wanted to do after that would have been interesting. He wanted to do the same sort of idea, but get Bruce Campbell's character. I forgot what the character is actually called, but the main character of Evil Dead, and have it Freddy versus Jason versus that character. But his proposal and his storyboarding was turned down because he wanted the Evil Dead protagonist to win, and the film producers weren't happy about the idea of having Freddy lose 2 films in a row. So the idea just didn't happen, and then by the time it could have been revisited, a lot of the actors involved were way older, so it wouldn't have been as easy to set up. Especially for Robert Englund. That guy is very old now, bless him. Good old Freddy Krueger is a little aged, bless him. But the film as a whole, like, my problem was that they made up rules to make it work. The whole Jason's afraid of water thing because he was drowned as a kid, I was like, people seem to forget, like, every single film since as early as, like, part 2 has Jason hiding in the water and grabbing people. It's literally one of the most, like, efficient ways of getting killed in the Friday the 13th game. You touch water and Jason's been like a 10-mile radius of you, you're dead. He will drag you under. Whoever's playing Jason will come get you. You know? I wish that game got all the extra content it wanted to get. The Friday the 13th game was completely screwed over by legal BS. It had so much extra content it wanted to do, and so many ideas it was pushing for that it was trying to do. And all of it was in development, some of it even got trailers or teasers or different things, and none of it got to happen because all development for the game had to be ceased because of legal disputes between the creator and the company that owns it. And so it just died, and it was just like, oh, come on. Like, we only just got dedicated servers, and then we had to lose them again because development had to be stopped for it. Like, it was that kind of, like, sharp, like, they like, kill switched. You can still play it, the online servers are still active, but it's host servers now. So it'll go on forever, basically. It's just whoever can host a lobby can play it, but it's just... a lot of the magic for that game didn't get a chance to continue shining. And it's a shame, too, because there's things in the game that currently exist, like what's now the final version, that were intended to be expanded upon. They had a single-player mode, like a mission mode, which, although it was nowhere near as polished, did give me, like, Hitman vibes. You had to figure out how to kill all the kids without any other kid witnessing another one, so it was like a puzzle box. They were fun to mess around with. They were going to expand on it and add more elements, and just none of that happened. I'm anti-capitalist, but I am anti-corporationism, yeah. And it's just like a lot of that... like, we were going to get Jason X, we were going to get a space map at one point, neither happened. It's just...
Is that why you took away our school memories?
The reason you're able to act like your normal selves is because you're within the Neo World program. But your true bodies in the real world are different. In the real world, you're part of a group that cruelly destroyed your family, friends, and even your own body.
Also, yeah, that is true. The Remnants of Despair murdered all of their own friends' family and mutilated their body. Yeah, Jason X never got released because they didn't finish development before all the copyright bullshit came through. So we never got the space map, we never got Jason X.
Family, friends, and our own bodies? Aren't you exaggerating a bit?
I did stream that game one Halloween a number of years ago, and although it was after, like, a lot of the issues started to come in, I still had fun with it. I never platinumed it, though, because kill Jason in an actual online match, although you can do it in private matches, I didn't know enough people to try and set that up, firstly. And secondly, the one time I was in a position where I could have done something, it didn't count. The game didn't give me the trophy, because I was involved in the kill, but because I wasn't the one that actually did the final blow, it didn't count. And I just like, oh, come on.
He's right. There's no way we do something like that.
Don't turn away from the truth.
What was that just now? A memory? But that person, that was Nagito, right? Vision of Nagito has been added to your truth bullets.
It appears you've remembered a little.
Huh?
Now, face what you've done. And from there, you will finally take your first steps on the path to hope.
Yeah, we just picked up Vision of Nagato, so we're going to use it.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're Ultimate Despair.
Because you're all Ultimate Despair. You killed your friends and family.
Jeez.
And you even destroyed your own bodies.
And this can be backed up because of the Vision of Nagato, because he had Junko's hand.
If that memory I felt was actually a memory from the real world, what Nagito did was... He cut off his own arm and transplanted a woman's arm?
Not just any woman's arm. It was the late Junko Enoshima's arm.
What did you say?
To be fair, I'd be with Fuyuhiko on this one. I'd be like, what?
He probably thought that by becoming one with Junko Enoshima, he could make her survive within him.
I don't get this at all.
The Ultimate Despairs defy understanding. They have no problem severing their own limbs.
I am terribly sorry. I do not feel so well. Where's the bathroom?
It's just a game anyway, so why don't you just let it out? I'm pretty sure a select few would demand that.
It's too soon to feel sick. That's not even the worst thing the Ultimate Despairs have done. Some wasted away to skin and bones through continuous fasting in order to reach the despair of starvation. Others gave their own families to Junko just to perform killing experiments on them.
Yeah, one of those ones that gave up their families, I don't know, that woman on the left, I don't know why, you could convince me that's probably like Mikan's mum. Like, they kind of have like a similar hairish strand to it.
Not just that. After Junko's death, they slaughtered countless people by forcing them to commit suicide.
Makoto, that image that was shown doesn't look like forced to commit suicide. just saying. I don't think you know what that means. I know it, anyway.
One person even implanted one of Junko's eyes into their own socket. Perhaps they wanted to see her despair?
That's terrifying.
And not just that. Some even tried to have children with Junko's dead body.
Ew. 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 Move away from that.
That's just a bullshit story. That's obviously bullshit!
So you feel despair toward yourselves in the real world. I understand that feeling. But there's no need to worry. You just advance
was a huge
toward
fan
the
of
hope
Naruto.
I provide, you'll definitely be saved.
Save? You'll save us?
Of course. That's my purpose, after all. That's why the Neo World program was created, too.
You put us inside this program so that you can save us?
Essentially, your cohabitation inside the Neo World program was just a simulation. If we remove the memories of your time at Hope's Peak Academy, would it also remove your ultimate despair?
So, you're saying this was like a test?
I guess I can say that the test was a success.
At one point, Shashes were transplanting eyes left and right. Ugh, that sounds so terrible. Why would you do that?
Even though it deviated greatly from the original plan of graduating after gathering the Hope fragments, nevertheless, you guys were able to overcome your unexpected trials and make your way here. That's why all you need to do is choose graduate.
If we do that, we can get out of here?
However, if you graduate from here, your school memories will never return.
Emotional intention. Oh, right. You motherfuckers were treating each other's eyes like accessories.
If you choose to graduate, and the observer determines that there are no problems, you will complete the Hope Restoration Program, and your avatar will be uploaded into your real body.
Uploaded?
It means by uploading our avatar's memories into our bodies, we'll be forcibly erasing our past selves. That's why it's called the Hope Restoration Program. that is the Neo World program.
Hey, what happens to the people whose avatars died?
If an avatar that needs to be uploaded has been deleted, there's nothing we can do.
So you're saying they'll never wake up?
God damn it! Damn fucking shit!
Ahem. Please take a look at this flipbook for a quick rundown of your options. If you choose graduate, it'll transfer your in-game memories, but your school memories will be gone forever. Unfortunately, the people who have already died will not be able to wake up.
Just a thought. What will happen if we do not choose to graduate?
You'll just have to continue living your tropical life.
Hey, why you gotta ask something like that?
Well, even if we wake up in the real world, we are all rather messed up, right? If that is the case, then maybe staying on this island is...
What are you saying? Haven't we been working this hard just to escape from here?
You don't have to force yourself to return to a painful reality. Let's just play this game forever and ever!
Don't be ridiculous. If I stay in this screwed up world any longer, I'm seriously gonna snap.
But still, is it really okay to sacrifice the others just to save ourselves?
You're asking that now? If we don't get out of here now, then what was everything we've done up till now even for?
You're right. We've been trying desperately to survive until we can finally leave this place. If we don't get out of here now, all our deaths we've endured will be in vain. I know this, but... something's not right. How come Monokuma isn't trying to stop us? Is he just going to stay quiet and overlook us getting out of this game world? Then everything Monokuma did would be pointless too. Not only that, is it really okay for us to believe him? Should we get out, or...?
I see!
Wait, can we have some time to decide?
Did you get scared like Sonia?
No, it's not that. Don't you think this is a little strange?
Strange? You still don't understand? Normally, ultimate despairs like you guys would just be abandoned. But I'm telling you, I'm here to help. You should be thankful for how open-minded the Future Foundation is.
Makoto, what has happened to you?
Just listen to the Future Foundation. The Future Foundation is the world's hope, you know?
I knew it. As I thought. There's something wrong with you.
And we have to now prove it. We learned in an email Makoto had deserted the Future Foundation. So what's this Makoto going on about?
Why aren't you listening to me?
Let's do what he says and get out of here. I mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
And apparently, we are actually the bad guys.
It's fine to trust him, right?
The Future Foundation is the world's hope. No one can defy the Future Foundation.
Except you did, if you're really you.
No, that's wrong.
It's not Makoto, it's not Nagato either, but I get what you're going for.
Hold on. Did you say it's foolish to defy the Future Foundation? Then how do you explain your actions?
My actions?
I saw it. The email that the Future Foundation sent to you.
The Future Foundation's 14th Division, Makoto Naegi. Where are you guys, and what are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason, do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything's for the sake of a hope-filled future.
In that email, Makoto Naegi defied the Future Foundation to protect the remnants of despair, which clearly contradicts what this person is saying.
Huh? Is that email for real? The Future Foundation tried to kill us?
Hold on! We'll deal with that later.
Because there's Nagato in that one scene, because that's a different one. been anyone in Nagato's place, because Nagato is important to the message of the game and the meaning. There's still more to this case, dude. Not everything this Makoto said is a lie, but equally, this isn't Nagato. He didn't manipulate that system. He's just another another cog in the machine. He was just proof of it. Just see this case through, one man. I can't really explain it easily right this second.
Hey, Monokuma. Those
Without
clues
spoiling
we found
shit.
were all real, right?
Gasp!
That's not the only contradiction. What this Makoto person is saying also contradicts what we've already been told. Essentially, you cannot guarantee that there are no issues with this program. To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether or not to run the program on you guys, but this was the only way to save you. I wanted to protect you. To me, those words seem much more real. If so, the person in front of us is...
Tell me, Mikoto Naegi, who are you?
Who is he? Simply put, he's Makoto Naegi, who's known for being a cutie patootie!
I'm not asking you. I'm asking...
You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof!
Damn it, he's trying to interfere, then... To prove whether the Makoto Naegi is real or not, I'm going to shove that in his face.
I can't hear you! Better luck next time! What?
The Makoto in front... We're in a computer program. The Makoto in front of us just isn't Makoto. It's just a lie Monokuma made up to trick us.
You're getting all riled up!
That's why he's trying to stop us from arguing further. He's part of the virus program to trick us into doing what he says. Shit.
That's impossible! Proof, proof, proof! Are you sure about this? I'm not listening! Are you sure about this? What are you even talking about? I can't hear you! Better luck next time! What? What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you! You're getting all riled up! You insolent fool! If you're saying he's...
11:37. Maybe there was subtext there. Yeah, well, they're part of the virus,
Makoto
that's all it
Naegi.
is.
If that's who you really
I think.
are, then tell me
If
this.
that's what you're asking.
Why did you make the password to Nezumi Castle? 11037.
What was that again?
Is that meant to who's that meant? That part meant to throw up. No, I think that's just that's Monokuma and the ego that always exists in Junko shining through, because it's something Monokuma made as part of the virus. So it's like, hey, look at this thing I made. Look at this thing I made. Isn't it adorable? That's just without admitting it.
You can't answer?
That's weird. Wait, where'd you find that out?
Who cares? So how about it? Can you even answer?
Oh man, I've been found out.
Found out. Then you're...
How disappointing! And I thought I was on the right track!
He disappeared?
But why Makoto? I imagine my theory on it is because Makoto became the real ultimate hope at the end of the first game. It's like a direct rival for Junko. And so Junko, almost like to make a mockery of that, used him. But that's just me theorying at this point. There's also some other thing later on in this case that we'll get into a little bit that also makes some implications to why maybe she picked him. Because, to jump the gun a little bit, the actual Makoto is approaching. He is coming. And when he's actually about to arrive, Monokuma gets excited about it. And there's some implication that Junko almost started to love the battle between them and loved the idea of getting into conflict with Makoto again. And maybe there's more to it than that. Maybe like she actually not likes him, but likes the idea of that conflict between them and wants both her and him to continue existing for that sake. Yeah, that kind of rival to lovers, but maybe not that extreme. You'll see as it goes. Like, she genuinely starts getting excited at the idea of Makoto showing up later on.
Hey! That guy disappeared!
Why are you surprised? It's a computer program, so anything's possible, right?
Then, that was just the work of Monokuma?
Aw, you found out I was faking! This is so embarrassing! I just wanna kill myself!
In-game, say in-game or you'll get banned on YouTube, Monokuma, come on.
What are you doing? Why'd you show us a fake member of the Future Foundation?
Probably just my inner shipper. Well, to be fair, you've got more groundwork than you realise. It'd be a very one-way ship, but you've got more groundwork than you realise in this case.
That fake was trying to get us out to the real world. Then that's your plan? Is that where your trap is?
Man, they saw right through me! I may as well be invisible.
A trap? What kind of trap did you set?
Hey, if you know what's good for you, you better hurry the hell up and confess. I'll beat you half to death if you tell us now. But if you don't spit it out soon, I'm just gonna kill ya!
Just kill him right now! Then this nightmare can finally end!
Violence is not allowed! This isn't that kind of game! It's a much smarter game, right?
What game? This game is already over!
This game is over? No! I'm not gonna let you finish yet! There's no way this can end before I've even transformed!
Transform?
A transformation is customary in a final boss battle, right? You know, like that one role-playing game? You know what game I'm talking about. Final...
Don't say it!
Later! Final Fantasy's in June! Final Fantasy's in June, it's not yet! Later on!
Now then, allow me to show you. I'll skip the second and third forms and go straight to my final form!
You better not be bluffing. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you and pull all your stuffing out!
What? I have a bad feeling about this. Like, it's like my brain is burning, sizzling. A really, really bad feeling.
I was just gonna sound funny there, Zonet.
Yeah. To be fair, in actuality, CC did alright. It did pretty well.
Ginormous despair you're about to see into your memories.
But then equally, Crisis Core, the remastered Crisis Core is always going to do well because it's the most beloved, not like part of the expanded universe of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, Crisis Core is always going to do well because, more so because of Zack, but people love Crisis Core. Like, Crisis Core, when it originally came out on PSP, it did only alright, but then, you know, word of mouth that actually, like, no, this one's really fun, this one's really good, and Zack steals the show, brought it up, and nowadays it's like, literally, it's why it got the remaster in the first place, because people loved it, and then it came out and everyone got it. It did really well. It didn't sell, like, millions upon millions, but it's still ultimately a remaster of a spin-off, but it did well. As Monokuma loses his mind. Oh, it's Dirge? Yeah, Dirge is terrible. Dirge is god-awful. Dirge is genuinely a piece of shit. No one likes Dirge. It's really bad. It's really, really weird writing that makes no sense. With a bunch of extra characters that are hyper-anime in this world they want you to take a bit more seriously than that. With a third-person shooter. It's just, with like a poorly designed third-person shooter, it's just bad. Also, the AI program has taken full control. It's mixed up, that's fair. But to be fair, I say deliberate's the wrong word for it, but that is partially deliberate because all of the expanded universe was in design order. First was Advent Children, then it was Before Crisis, then it was Crisis Core, then it was Dirge of Cerberus, then it was Ever Crisis. As in AC, BC, CC, DC, EC. They're all supposed to be like that in design. It's like, be my darling, I say to Junko. But anyway, yeah, that giant AI thing is just like that's like the computer program's final form. The little Junko on this phone screen is the real Junko back.
I know anything goes here. But this? This is clearly not fucking okay!
I see. So that's your reaction to seeing an extra-large high school girl. But are they really that big? She's huge! She's way too huge!
That was my bad. Don't you think they're pretty small, is what she said at the end. That was my bad. She was talking about her boobs. A best moon, this battle pays to impression.
But the final boss in a certain action game is much bigger. You know, that game. Kniferella.
She said it anyway.
I see. An estimated bust size of 15 meters, huh? My boobs are hopelessly huge. Hey, want me to squish you in between them? Big boobs feel good, you know.
I'd get fucking crushed!
Even so, it's like, no! I'd die!
If this was a pandering fan service game full of pretty girls, there'd be a CG close-up of my cleavage. But, too bad, this isn't a fan service game. Of course, since it's not an action game either, you won't even get to experience the refreshing sensation of battling an enormous final boss. So fucking hopeless!
This is...
At the end of the first game,
identity?
I said to keep up with all of Junko's personalities, they had not one but two voice actors for her. But I said it gets a little crazier. In this game, Junko has 3 voice actresses to keep up with all her personalities. But I can now mention something that you'll start to notice a bit more as it goes on. Because it's something I alluded to in the first game. We're all 15 of the main students are extensions of the Remnants of Despair. We are the Remnants of Despair, sorry. We're the extensions of Junko, right? Every single personality Junko displays is in reference to one of these 15 characters, and it was like that in the first game. They were alluding to this shit in the future. They were that forward thinking about it, even in the first game. So every single personality, to some extent, represents one of the 15 characters here. Obviously just exaggerated because of the despair in them. Me can't like to disagree. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Because obviously they were exaggerated by themselves when they were the Remnants of Despair, but all of them have connections. So there is a version of Junko's personality that's an exaggerated version of Sonya. There is a version here that's an exaggerated version of Ibuki, etc. Because Junko's many personalities is what built the Remnants of Despair to be the way they were. And so all of them tie into each other. All 15 of the survivors of this game, or 15 of the players of this game, ignoring Chiaki because she was the outlier, are referenced in Junko's personality. Oh no, I know that Mikan bit was a reference to not being a fan service game. It's just I read it late, that was my bad.
We have to deal with this thing?
I'm shocked you'd call me this thing. Oh, you're so
And the hairstyle's also a huge hint as well.
Is it just me, or did her personality change?
I get easily bored of my personality. Like, I already got bored of my personality who gets easily bored.
And this one is the strange bored of everything fellow we met in Chapter 0, or heard about in Chapter 0.
And that's when Fuyuhiko would say, "It's too damn soon to say you got bored, right?"
Wait, what?
I have plenty of data on you guys, so it's so easy for
Yeah,
me to know
this is her
what
Hiyoko personality.
You are not bored at all.
I got bored of getting bored. Jeez. Even when I'm dead, I still get bored. This sucks.
Even when you're dead, does that mean this person's true identity? God, if there was any fucking doubt.
I see!
Are you Junko Enoshima?
Did you say Junko Enoshima? Isn't she dead?
It's true. I did end up dying the last time. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to go so fast. I couldn't help it, you know? It was my first time. Jeez, stupid. You're the one who made me go.
And why is someone who died here right now?
Do you guys know about an artificial intelligence called alter ego?
Huh?
Exuberant! friends. We are now an
This is her Sonya
AI.
personality.
We have transcended humanity.
But yeah, that's how Junko survived this game. Or survived the last game. Her real body died, but she became a perfectly functioning AI, similar to Alter Ego.
What AI? Stop saying all this crazy bullshit.
You see, my personality is like this because I'm the type who dies easily, right? That's why I made my own AI program while I was still alive. And then someone uploaded me into this Neo World program. And that's how Alter Ego Junko hopelessly appeared in front of you guys.
Sounds something like... Yeah, but that's what I said. All of Junko's personalities are hyper-exaggerated because it's Junko, but all of them were the foundations that inspired the personalities of all the Remnants of Despair. So her Sonya is basically the Remnant of Despair version of what Sonya's like. So like Sonya, like it's what, thankfully, of all the, even though I really don't like the anime that much, it's what Danganronpa 3 actually does a decent job exploring. You actually get to see a lot of the Remnants of Despair after they become the Remnants. It's why it's called the Despair Arc. I said there's Future Arc and Despair Arc. Despair Arc is based before Dangan 2, when you see all of those students, all 15 of them, actually become the Remnants of Despair. And from that, you start to see the slightly more exaggerated and delirious version of those characters as they start to break and become these versions, you know, like these versions that Junko's personalities are based off. That's insane! It is insane, but this isn't even the craziest twist in the series. That insane bitch is Junko Enoshima? Alright, Hajime, calm it down. It's Women's Month in, like, tomorrow. Alright? You're not pre-gaming Women's Month very well. She's responsible for everything? The destruction of Hope Peak Academy? The destruction of the world? The one who took over the Neo World program and forced us to kill each other? Who's all this bitch is doing? Alright, Hajime! Even so, what am I supposed to do? Meet Hajime, that's not even the crazy part. Even if we know she's Junko.
Don't get cautious and think stuff like, what can we do? I mean, we're all ultimate despair here.
Oh fuck, was it? Was it April? I thought it was March. Uh-oh. I thought it was March.
Each and every one of our classmates looked at us like we're a bunch of loogies on the side of the road. So, let's all be friends! Hell no!
It is March, I just looked it up. It's March, okay. I just put Women History Month, March. March 1st to the end of it.
Man, they hate me. And I was thinking of you guys when I tampered with the graduation program. But they still hate me.
We looked up at the same time. But yeah, but I was like, am I going crazy? Huh? Also, there's a heart from Hajime.
Tampered with the graduation program?
Remember what that fake Makoto said earlier? About what happens to you when you graduate, right? I feel like you guys weren't getting a big enough reward for graduating. So, I decided to modify what happens so it's something exciting and unique. Just like a game. Uploading your game memories into your real bodies is fine, but letting your friends stay dead just sucks. That's why I decided to resurrect them. This is the new graduation program I'm offering.
Well, yeah, Junko's all about despair, so someone admiring her forever, eventually she'd want to find a way to hurt you too, so it would only serve to punish you, eventually, one man.
Resurrect? Hey, are you serious? Can you really do that?
It was like real hard, you know?
I don't know who this is impersonating. The problem is that some of the people she's impersonating are supposed to be impersonating are extras. Like, there's 15 Remnants of Despair. This chick has like 21 different personalities. So there are other remnants that at some point died, and I think either the books or the anime goes into them, but I haven't read the books. I haven't read the books to know about the extra remnants, so some of the character references she makes, I just don't get, so this is one of them. There's some fucking Bugs Bunny-esque character in the books, presumably, that she's referencing.
The graduation program is the core part of this game, so it was protected with a lot of encrypted codes. It took me a long time. I felt so much despair about how useless I am.
No, geez, one man. I just read that.
Well, one advantage of being an AI is that I got smarter with computers. Before that, every time a computer froze, I used to put it in the microwave and nuke it.
Why, Junko?
Show of hands, class. How long do you think it took for me to modify it?
Who cares about that? Are you serious when you say that everyone who died will come back to life?
Did you forget? You gotta answer questions to progress the story. That's the rule of
That's
the
good. It's just starting to
game.
heal up, even if it took a while.
By the way, I'll give you a clue. You guys were always watching time slip away at a certain place.
So you're not gonna tell us until we answer that?
We're completely at our mercy. But if we can't progress until we answer, we have no choice but to answer. How long did it took for Junko to modify the program? She said we were watching how long it took. It's at a certain place. Yeah, the countdown, that bomb timer in the countdown wasn't a countdown to like a bomb or anything like that. It was a countdown to how long it took for Junko to take over.
The countdown at Jabberwock Park. That's the only place we can think of. That's the only place we consistently watch that has anything to do with time.
Then that countdown represented the time that was needed to
Oh,
modify
the teacher
program.
personality, that remnant of despair, I know who it is. I believe it's in Danganronpa 3. They have like a, I don't know what you call it, like a home teacher, like your homeroom teacher. That's like that you go to. So I always call it like tutor room, but I know it's not called that in the US. Like their homeroom teacher for that class was like that. And I think then, like, that's who that's based off. That personality is based off.
How brilliantly wrong! You're totally wrong about that tricky timer.
We don't have homeroom. Oh, well.
Wrong? And what was it?
How should I put this? I was just
Also,
goofing around.
because this is Junko, the timer might have been the time till Junko took over, but she might just be lying for her teeth to fuck with us, and she's saying she's just messing around. Who knows? Huh?
I mean, isn't stuff you don't understand exciting even though you don't get it? It's kind of like superhero cosplayers, or someone else's designs of alien life and stuff, right?
It was just for show?
In the end, it was meaningless. Does that fill you with despair? Like getting booted from a game server? You know those murder mysteries where the culprit is really the detective who's investigating the murder? Well, I'm so over predictable crap like that. Just what did you expect at this stage of the game?
She's seriously messed up.
Well, in a way. The countdown implied I was on a mission. Did you ever make up your own silly rules, like don't step off the white line when you cross the road? I was testing myself to see if I could get you guys into the graduation program before the timer reached 0.
Junko, no, don't mention every raid yet. Don't mention that, fuck.
Enough. Please stop.
Don't be so disappointed. It's totally true. I had a hard time manipulating the program. While you guys were at the beach making wrinkly dog faces, I was working so hard on my own, you know?
Hey, enough with this pointless crap! Are you seriously going to resurrect everyone who died?
Like I said, it's easy. It's just a game after all.
Just a game? Track that Junko would love David Cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, tragic. I like how I just said that, Junko went, yeah.
There's no way anything that occurred in the game could affect the real world.
What you're saying now is completely different from what you said before. You said whether or not it's a lie. The moment you feel something is real, it becomes real.
The game where you throw my words back at me is over, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Fine. I won't worry about it. Hey, who fucking cares about logic? As long as everyone who died comes back to life, that's good enough.
But if we do not understand the principles behind it, then we do not even know if it is really possible.
Anything goes in this world. You've seen that happen so many times already, right?
Well, if a high school girl can get huge, then it's not crazy if the dead can come back to life, right?
If she's saying that's how she tampered with a computer program, How are we supposed to respond to that?
That's right. That's why you should finish this game and go back to living a normal life in the real world.
If we go back, what do you get out of it? What benefit do you get by making us return to the real world? As long as we don't know what it is.
Man, so annoying. You're so petty. It's not like you're a housewife living on a tight budget. All I want is to put on this graduation performance in a more dramatic way. Well, if you doubt me, you don't have to go back. Is that what you want? Not to go back?
Oh, hold on a sec. We're obviously going to get out of here. If it'll bring our dead friends back, it's all we can do.
Of course! We've been working toward that goal for, like, forever!
Because we had that goal, we were able to endure those killings.
Plus everyone can go back together. So there's no reason to hesitate.
You are right. There is no way we can choose to stay here after all we've been through.
Just as expected from the winners of this killing school trip. Your will to live is truly ultimate. Wonderful. That's just more reason for you to execute your role as devices.
Devices?
Okay, now let's stop stalling for time with exposition and hurry up and do it. Now then, why don't you guys just go ahead and answer with the touch panel that's in front of you? I'm gonna do it. I'm seriously gonna do it. If you don't hurry up, I'm seriously really gonna do it. You don't have to say, who are you talking to? It doesn't concern a chump like you, Hajime.
Chump? Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be over once we press this.
So we just have to press graduate, right?
If we do that, we can go home, right?
I can go back? With this I can finally go back? He's right, with this we can finally go back. This will be the end. And our friends who died will be saved. And there's a police car going down the road. And that's what's beyond what was expected. Then it's safe to say that it's a good ending, right? I don't think it matters what you pick here, if I'm honest.
I got it!
Yeah, because we get interrupted by the real Makoto.
This is Junko's trap!
Huh? I told you, this case is into the Hajime Ha simulator.
What the heck? That guy from earlier is back again.
It's not again. This time, it's the real one.
Real? I'm Makoto Naegi. Makoto Naegi of the Future Foundation.
And it immediately starts playing music from the first game. just a nice detail. Then once the real Makoto comes in, they immediately start playing music from the first game. Is this guy the real Makoto Naegi? Then this is the guy I spoke to.
I'm sorry I'm late. I actually wanted to come rescue you sooner, but thanks to the virus infecting the Neo World program, I wasn't able to enter.
Just when the chumps are in a pinch, he's suddenly able to enter for reasons unknown. And thus, the main character gallantly appears. So cool! I'm drooling! So much!
Did you also time my arrival? No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to save everyone. And then I'm going to settle this between us once and for all.
I'm drooling! I can't stop my leak!
How were you able to get here, Makoto?
Since I used my tricks to hack into the program, he must have hacked in with his tricks too, right? That's also how you kept your memories, right? Even though you haven't aged a day, just like these guys.
If I hadn't, then I wouldn't have been able to save everyone.
Don't you understand? It doesn't matter how you got here. As long as you're here, you'll be treated like one of my students.
Yeah, and you're gonna say, yeah, but because you entered, you now have to follow the rules. Which is why Makoto looks 2 years younger again all of a sudden. Because you followed the rules that this world is built to resemble 2 years prior.
Which means you must respect my authority.
I already know the risks of being here.
Ugh, you always had such reckless hope. I love you so much that you disgust me.
Case in point, what I was talking about earlier, about the weird nature of Junko's feelings towards Makoto. The weird rivalry, love-hate thing going on.
Just what do you mean by trap? What is Junko's trap?
It doesn't matter. We can finally end this, you know? If we get
Miss
out of here,
Junko. One man, you're turning into like Soda, but instead for
peacefully.
Sonya for Junko.
After all this, I can't let you get in the way.
The fact that you guys are even thinking like that is Junko's trap.
Huh?
She's lying to you about your dead friends coming back to life.
Oh, little old me.
Who do we trust?
If you knew Junko's true goal, you'd know she's lying.
You know her goal?
Yeah. Junko's goal is to
Israel's
take the
M.
restoration
Respect my
program
authority.
to the Despair Restoration Program.
The Despair Restoration Program?
As part of the graduation program, your avatar's memory and consciousness is uploaded into your real body. However, none of us expected that any of the avatars would get deleted. Junko has taken advantage of that opportunity. She intends to use her version of Alter Ego, the AI she stole my friend's skill to create, and upload herself into the bodies of everyone whose avatar was deleted.
Junko's going to clone her AI into the brains of everyone who died. So there's going to be a literal Gundam Junko, a Mikan Junko, and a Buki Junko, etc, etc. If we pressed graduate. That's why she was so eager to say, oh yeah, they'll come back to life. Yeah, they'll come back to life as Junko.
What? Then everyone who died isn't gonna come back to life.
They're gonna be taken over by Junko?
What the fuck? Like the real world, once an avatar is deleted from this virtual world, it can't be recovered. It's actually impossible to revive them.
That doesn't mean I was lying, you know? I just didn't make some things clear. And even if they're overwritten by my alter ego, it doesn't mean they'll be a completely different person. The data of everyone who died is stored within me, so I'm sure I can convincingly act out their personalities.
Don't mess with me.
In fact, I have a lot of data on Fuyuhiko, so I know some things that'll make you happy. I can play a version of Peko that's more to your liking than she ever was.
I said, don't fucking mess with me!
Operation Junkify All Mankind begins here!
Junkify all mankind?
After uploading my alter ego into everyone who died, I'm gonna take over the Future Foundation's headquarters. And then, eventually, there's gonna be a whole lot of me's all over the world! With this, my Despair Utopia, where you can despair as you please, Junko Land, will be complete! That's Operation Junkify All Mankind in a nutshell. Oh yeah! Our dreams are expanding and...
That messed up plan is your goal?
Then why didn't you just kill all of us? If you did, you could have taken over all of our bodies. Wouldn't that have been more convenient for you?
Is that what you want me to do? Is it still too late to do that?
No. There's a reason Junko couldn't do that. That's why she made you guys kill each other.
The reason? Oh yeah, the school trip rules ensured under no circumstance could she get involved. Something she didn't do? If so, the reason is the school trip's rules.
I see.
No, the students couldn't, the teachers could not get involved.
It's because of the school trip's rules.
Even a monster like her has to follow the rules of the school trip?
Junko usurped Usami's authority as an observer, and her role as your teacher.
However, according to the rules of the school trip, even Usami had to follow them. That's why when Junko took over her position, she had no choice but to follow the rules as well.
So,
Yeah. If that rule wasn't there, none of this game would have happened, because as soon as Junko took over, she would have just killed us all to enact her plan.
Man, I was so annoyed. I had the authority to add rules, but no authority to delete rules. Oh well, even if I could have deleted rules, I was still busy with my whole taking over your bodies plan.
So you made us kill each other, because you couldn't kill us yourself.
Then, is that how you were able to increase the number of bodies you can take over?
Like I said, I personally didn't care about the outcome of the killings.
How dare you look down on us? Don't fuck with me. What about our lives?
Chump change.
I won't forgive you. I will never, ever fucking forgive you!
So that's your trap. You tried to make us choose graduate. So you can take over everyone's body with the graduation program.
How can you be so cruel?
Because Junko and Oshima is...
Oh, you spotted that one. You spotted that one
Despair.
immediately.
She doesn't yearn for any kind of future at all. She fills every person she meets with despair.
That's my Makoto. You understand me so well. For me, despair is not a goal or a set of principles, or a lifestyle, or even an instinct. It's what defines me as Junko Enoshima. It's just my characterization. That's why I'm able to pursue despair with such purity.
So you're saying you only exist to fill people with despair?
I mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. The creator of this, when he made Junko, specifically, he made a point of saying that he was kind of tired of every villain at the time, either having tragic backstories or being redeemed or any of that stuff. He kind of missed the era where villains were just crooked from the start, that they were just born bad, sort of thing. And that's what Junko is. Junko's just born evil, essentially. I'll say there's always outside elements, and there's other villains in the series, more not the spin-off and V3 especially, that have elaborate stories of how they do and what they do and whatnot. But Junko's still the constant. Like, there is no logic or goal or reasoning that resulted in her becoming the way she is. She was just born this way.
For example, want to hear about a beautiful memory that even I, who gets bored easily, still remember fondly? Picture thousands of fools who are madly in love with me, dying one by one like insects doused with bug spray.
Yeah, I get that too. I think with this, it was more about almost pushing it to its absolute extreme of pure evil, if that makes sense. Seeing just how far you could push that out of having this level of they are the way they are. Of it, after all. Yeah, I know. It's just a writing, you know, it's just how they wrote Junko. You know? And that's Danganronpa in a nutshell, to be fair. The whole franchise likes to see what they can push and what they can get away with. The problem is that V3 pushes in all the worst ways, unfortunately.
Thousands of humans falling like dominoes. Oh, that memory is so beautiful. It made my brain melt.
Yeah, about that. Does that story have a happy ending?
She's talking about the reserve corps students. How every single one of them but one killed themselves.
Are you talking about the reserve course's mass suicide?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot you're a survivor of the reserve course. By the way, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Mass suicide? What's she talking about?
An incident where 2,357
some
people
false
from the
economy,
reserve
to be
course
fair.
all
After
killed
all, there's always something for the
themselves.
devil. Yeah, true.
Junko probably made them do it.
2,357 people? That's an outrageous number.
You don't have to be that surprised. You all look like your parents, friends, and lovers all died at once. That was so rude of me. There's no way you guys even have meaningful relationships like that anymore. I mean, you're all ultimate despair. You guys have already eaten your fill of despair.
I do not really know what you are trying to say.
Junko robs the futures of everyone she interacts with. You ultimate despairs are among her many victims.
If someone like me is born, that means the world is yearning for despair.
That's wrong. The world isn't yearning for despair. That's the reason we can't let you escape.
But if you do that, you guys won't be able to return to the real world, right?
Huh? If we choose graduate to get out of here, the graduation program will activate, right?
If that happens, Junko's alter ego will be uploaded into the bodies of the dead.
Does that mean we gotta stay here to keep her from getting out?
What the heck? Why?
You might be onto something, but with that, I didn't even think about that. She might be impersonating Terra.
It's such a cruel fate for you guys. But it's awfully convenient for the Future Foundation. They'll be able to keep all the ultimate despairs, including me, trapped in this game forever.
Wrong! That's not it!
But ultimate despair is hated worldwide, and their lives are no doubt targeted by the Future Foundation. Oh well, if you don't want to acknowledge that, I guess it just can't be helped. Can't be helped. LOL.
This is nothing to LOL about.
Also, another great line from Sonia. This is nothing to LOL about. It was first. Yeah.
But it's so ironic. You came all the way here just to find out that graduating is the wrong choice. Even though you came all this way to win the game. Even though you kept sacrificing your friends to win.
The goal you guys squirmed to reach was wrong all along. Isn't that just so fucking fucking tragic?
Stop it!
And it's funny that Soda responds to that personality. It was all a mistake. Was it really just a mistake? Was it a mistake to think we'd go home alive all along? What about the killings in the class trials? Was it just a meaningless killing game where the ultimate despairs killed each other off? That is just too...
Don't give up yet! There is a way you guys can get out of here without letting Junko out.
Huh?
No, there's no way such a convenient... There is? Really? Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
First she's heard of it, then it's a way that even Junko doesn't know now, right? Way to get out of it, Junko doesn't know. It might be that. The shutdown sequence.
I see. Are you talking about the shutdown sequence?
Shutdown sequence? What is that?
It's a hidden command I set up in the Neo World program.
Hidden command?
Basically, I never believed the Neo World program was a perfect solution. There was always a possibility that Usami's hope might have made things even worse for you guys. So I prepared a way to shut down the program in case of emergencies.
As I recall, you said it was a command that not even the teacher can stop.
And that means even Junko can't stop it.
Dear me, I have an unfortunate announcement to make, class. You cannot activate the shutdown.
Huh?
You know about it?
More importantly, do you know why? Do you know why you can't activate the shutdown?
Because it can't be activated because there's not enough people.
I see. Because there's not enough people?
Pay attention, class. According to my information, in order to initiate the shutdown, out of 15 people, more than half of them must press graduate and repeat at the same time. Am I correct?
However, out of 15 people, including Makoto, there are only 6 people here.
Even if you want to cheat, I won't let ya. The shutdown sequence won't activate unless it knows that different people initiated it.
So it's totally impossible.
You totally saw through that supposedly hidden command?
No need to worry. Even I knew we couldn't activate the shutdown.
You still came here when you knew we had no chance of winning?
It's not that we have no chance of winning. The only reason I'm here is because there is a chance.
Then try explaining it to us. What is this chance of winning of which you speak?
I believe...
What? I can't hear you. You gotta speak up since you're so puny.
I believe in them. I believe they will definitely come.
Them?
That's not something you need to take your time saying.
Believe. Try putting yourself in our shoes before you drag us into situations like this.
Chiyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come!
It's a fucking family reunion! Just no Toko, because she's off doing Ultra Despair Girls. No Hina, because fucking God knows what's happening to Hina. And no Hero, because fucking God knows what's happening to Hero. Kyoko? Byakuya?
We'd be better off leaving behind someone who jumps to conclusions without listening to our warnings.
I'm sorry.
Even though it took some time for 2 people to enter the program simultaneously, it appears we made it.
Hey! What's going on? Why are there more people again?
How exciting! I haven't seen these faces in ages.
Again, is that Hina is in one alternate ending of
10
Danganronpa?
years later.
I must say, now that I'm seeing her up close, she's much bigger than I remembered.
What? What kind of man isn't excited by big women? Once you gain some more experience, you'll understand. There's a lot of kinky things you can do with big girls.
Shut up.
Byakuya! You're alive! But you're so skinny now. I feel so bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The bad ending of Dangan 1, where they stay, and Kyoko dies.
You shut up, too.
And Byakuya's like, don't talk about the imposter me. Byakuya's like, I'm back and I'm telling you all to be quiet.
Are you two also from the Future Foundation?
No, it's probably not just that.
The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? Yeah, I said Hina and Hero are, I don't know why I put their names together for a second there, are both part of the Future Foundation as well. But it's just that they don't really go into that much detail about what happened with them. I can't remember if they're in Dangan 3's future arc, if I'm honest. But Toko went off on a secret mission, and that resulted in her getting caught up in the events of UDG, which is why she's in UDG. And when at Junko, something goes on, he's a big woman. Me, on the other hand, I have a diverse set of tastes. Okay, one man, of course. So if you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Tragedy. If the killing school life is referring to that...
You guys are the survivors of the killing school life who previously defeated Junko, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's 3 of them here now?
The former heroes plunging themselves into the game world, ignoring all danger. Jeez, stupids! Making such a suicidal move. Did you really want to see me that badly?
It can't be helped. In order to stop you, that suicidal move was our only choice.
So how about it? There are 8 people now. We have enough to activate the shutdown sequence.
Why are you crying?
You guys showed up looking all cool and stuff, and now all the ultimate despairs. They'll be treated like even bigger chumps.
Chump, you said it again!
Just ignore her. As long as we activate the shutdown sequence, it'll be the end of her in this messed up world.
And this messed up world?
Hey, can I ask you something? If we do shut down the program, what will happen to us?
No need to worry. We won't let you get hurt.
It's not just that. We want a more detailed explanation.
If you shut down the Neo World program, everything within the program will be deleted. It will obviously delete Alter Ego Junko, along with your avatars here.
So you're saying we're going to be deleted too?
It doesn't mean you'll be deleted. The program will just finish without completing the graduation program.
What does that mean for us?
Your avatars will not upload, so you will revert to your original state before you entered the program.
So all of them will become the remnants of despair again, but they'll just be, trapped in a room. So it's just a complete reset. It makes this entire experiment a failure in that sense for what the Future Foundation were trying to do. They'd all just become the remnants of despair again and forget about all of this. Huh?
Is there a reason to tell them all that?
They have to know everything, or else they won't agree to do it.
Hold on a second. If we go back to our original selves before we entered the program,
we'll revert to ultimate despair.
I see!
Does that mean we'll go back to being ultimate despair?
That's right. Back to being hopelessly controlled by me. When you used to feel despair upon despair.
No!
Are you fucking serious? Can't you do anything about it?
I understand your concern, but this is the only way to stop Junko.
It might be a painful decision, but I know you guys will be able to overcome it. That's why, in order to defeat despair, I want you guys to fight alongside us.
We still have to fight? I thought we finally reached the end!
Don't worry. Once you get out, we will do our best to support you.
But I thought the Future Foundation wanted to kill every last ultimate despair.
For this reason, the remnants of despair must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered.
When you say support, do you mean I'll make sure you don't suffer when I kill you, or...?
Of course not. We would never allow that to happen.
It's gonna be alright. Your real bodies have just been brainwashed. That's why I'm pretty sure you'll quickly revert back to the state you're in right now.
Will you stop saying cheesy stuff like brainwashed? Washing your brain is like really nasty.
But still, even if our brainwashing is undone, the memories we've made up till now will be erased, right?
Does that mean we'll completely forget everything we did on this island? I don't want that.
Yeah, you're all gonna forget about Nagato. Oh, that's not really a bad thing, I suppose. We don't have to listen to about his hand then. And like from the heavens, what? No, you can't, Gree! You must remember!
It doesn't matter what you want. That's the reality. Every meaningless thing that happened here will vanish from your minds.
Meaningless. Vanish. Does that include her too? If we lose our memories of this world, we're also going to forget she ever existed, right? Yeah, if they leave, Chiaki will cease to exist. You said, I want more hand jokes. Which means I can finally start explaining a bit more about what Chiaki is. It's already been established that Chiaki is an AI, right? Chiaki was once a real person who once again also got the alter ego treatment because of the future, how the Future Foundation works. What we've been talking to all game is a AI of Chiaki. The real Chiaki is already dead, and has been for a while. If we leave and we forget the events of this island, not only will Chiaki be forgotten, she basically might as well have never have existed. Because she was dead before the event, so none of them ever met her in the real world to even have that connection. And the only time they met a version of her was in a realm that they won't even remember existed anymore. Chiaki, in technicality, has the most tragic story of all the 16 main characters, because she's the only one that's truly dead. Everyone else, it's just their digital version's been deleted, so they're basically in a comatose state. But they still are technically alive in the real world, except Chiaki. Chiaki is long since dead. She's never coming back. So it's not like the first game where, you know, it was in the real world in the game sense, so everyone who died went. In this one, only Chiaki is truly gone. If that happens, does that really mean that she, an existence confined to this world, is really going to disappear? She risked her life to protect us, and we won't even remember she existed.
Memory's not all that'll go back to normal. If you've lost a limb, like Nagito, it'll still be gone when...
Please stop! Going back to reality in that condition, that's like a bad joke.
We're not joking. That is your past. Nobody can escape their past.
We don't know anything about that past!
Hey, why did we become ultimate despair in the first place?
I asked the same thing in the real world, but nobody would give me an answer.
It seems my teachings were quite thorough. However, if you ask me...
People who cling to stuff like hope, talent, or admiration are truly the weakest.
Huh?
Guys who desperately want to reach the top. They don't think about what'll happen when they're pushed off. They're probably too concerned with having a really nice view while they condescend to others. Shoving off guys like that is so easy. I happen to know 17,082 ways to do that. The point is, the moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
That's not even an explanation.
Then, what if you think about it like this? It turns out that you guys being ultimate despair was just part of the game world. And in truth, those guys from the Future Foundation might be part of the game world too. They're simply side characters of the game world whose role is to offer hopeless hope to you guys. Well, after saying all that, I don't even know what's real and what's a game anymore.
Are you kidding around?
Enough! My patience is wearing thin. Let's hurry and start the shutdown sequence already.
Before you do that, we gotta do some reviewing. When you guys activate the shutdown, you'll revert back to when you were known as Ultimate Despair, and your dead friends will never be revived, and the embodiment of despair, aka me, will be erased, thereby preserving hope in the real world. Now then, will the hope of the Future Foundation win, or will my despair win?
Alright! Things are starting to heat up!
This isn't a game, you know.
Au contraire, this is a game. The game of hope and despair that started with your killing school life. That explains why these chumps who weren't around last time have been reduced to mere side characters.
You called us chumps again!
Because it's true! Most importantly, the killing school trip wasn't just for your sake.
Fucking, huh?
There was a more important goal there. The goal of luring a specific group of people. Since now's a great time, why don't we make that the question?
Question?
As long as we're in the game world, the rules say I gotta ask questions every now and then. So, question. Who did I lure and how did I do it? The hint is, I get bored easily, so the same outcome as the killing school life would be a pain in the ass. Okie dokie, let's all think about it together.
Same outcome as the killing school life. I just have to remember what occurred there. People Junko lured the method. I should try connecting the dots. There should be an answer there. Alright, back to logic dive. Back to the half pipe we go. I'm waiting for an obstacle to pop up. I'm like, come on, I know it's coming. Who she want here? She want the Future Foundation here. She could try and destroy them to take over. Oh, whoops. Oh, I looked at chat for a second. Did I fall off? Did the path twist? Oh, the path did twist. I looked away for a second. Fuck. I thought I'd be a straight line. I could look at chat for a second. No, damn it. Uh-oh. Okay, don't go full speed. Either that or jump early. Either way, don't go full speed, otherwise it becomes a little bit more awkward. Question 2. What was used as bait? The killings. Because they were familiar to their lives. Damn these obstacles. It's always these things that catch me. Question 3. Geez, I wonder. How did they do it? Surveillance camera? The surveillance cameras are the surveillance cameras. Oh no, it's a misspelling. Okay, so yeah, the yellows, like the other two, surveillance caramel, I think one of them said. There we go. Junko went to lure the Future Foundation, and she used the killings as bait, and she made them watch through the cameras, which is why those security cameras were everywhere.
It's all coming together.
If it was all in a game computer program, Monokuma didn't need those cameras, because he could just see anything anyway. It's a computer program. He could just decide what the camera is.
Surveillance cameras. You were trying to lure the Future Foundation by showing them the footage you were recording, weren't you?
The surveillance cameras? That's what they were being used for?
In the previous killing school life, the surveillance camera footage was broadcast outside of the school. You used the cameras that were placed throughout the entire island for the same purpose.
Ding ding ding! I was broadcasting the killing school trip live to every member of the Future Foundation.
The footage you recorded with the surveillance cameras was shown to the Future Foundation? What shall I do? I did a lot of disgraceful things in front of those cameras.
You sure did.
I will never be queen now. Please forget what you saw.
So you guys were watching us? Then why didn't you come rescue us earlier?
We tried to hack in many times, but the virus within the program blocked us at every turn.
Not only that, the Neo World program stopped accepting shutdown commands from the outside. As a last resort, we considered cutting power to the program, but
We didn't know what would happen to the subjects if we cut the power while the program was still running. There's no way we'd jeopardize your safety by taking such a gamble.
Even so, we kept trying over and over again, until it was finally possible for us to enter the program just a short time ago.
And you came all the way here when you knew it was a trap. I get it. You couldn't just leave them alone. If you saw people dying one by one with your own eyes by the same killing game you guys played, hope dictates that you act all high and mighty and say, "Oh, I'm definitely gonna stop it this time," right?
Hey, don't tell me that's the reason you made us go through all this.
Yeah, when she said we were the side characters, yeah, we were literally the pawns to lure in the people she really wanted to get to. All of us.
Of course we made you do it for that reason. We orchestrated this game instead of killing you outright, solely to show it off to the Future Foundation.
We were forced to solve puzzles and riddles just so you could show it off to the Future Foundation?
That's why you guys are chumps. You're just the bait I used to catch a big fish called the Future Foundation.
The voice work of Junko is effing brilliant. You know, speaking of, outside of a smidge of Danganronpa, I've never actually, like, properly sat down and listened to what the Japanese voice acting is like for Junko in these games. So I struggle to count the anime because the anime was voice directed very weirdly, at least in the West. And so, like, every character sounds slightly different from how they are. Like I said, Junko is far more, like, oh my god, in the anime, in her voice and, like, the twang of her accent. For example. And Monokuma's way higher pitched, even though it's like all the same cast for the anime for some reason, but whatever.
But it's not my fault, you know. This game is a fight between the Future Foundation and me. You guys were just instigators in the background. But you guys already knew that when you chose to play this game, right?
Just 1 second, please!
But I am curious what it would sound like, all the different personalities and whatnot from Junko in the Japanese audio.
As though we wanted to come to this world of our own free will.
But that's precisely the truth.
Fucking... Huh?
You guys chose to be instigators, and you were willingly taken into the Neo World program. To provide the opportunity I needed to push this battle between hope and despair into overtime. That's right. The reason the Ultimate Despairs began killing each other was set up by the group itself.
That's just your imagination.
Naive Makoto totally fell for the trap. Oh, and now your face is filled with a lovely shade of despair!
Whoa, that despair is fucking obvious! You're here to rescue the assholes who set this up in the first place!
Don't go blaming us for this!
Thank you! It's all thanks to you guys! This time around, I might be able to fill these guys with despair!
We do not feel despair. Even if this was all a trap, we will never regret coming here.
And this is the only thing we could do to stop you. But, nevertheless, it's all over. We will shut you down and end all of this.
You're pretty fucking desperate! Oh, that's pretty fucking obvious. If you don't initiate the shutdown, those Future Foundation fuckwits are gonna be trapped here forever!
Trapped? Why would that happen?
Didn't I already explain it? You know, the graduation exam rule?
There are 2 options, graduate and repeat, right? You just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you will cast your votes, and whichever one has the majority will be considered your final decision.
But that's not all, right? In order to pass the graduation exam, there was one more requirement.
The other requirement is that the teacher's final decision. So Junko gets the final choice, and now she knows that the Future Foundation are here. She can just say no and trap them here. So she could, if we press graduate, she could let us go, make it so the Junko clones take over everyone, and literally trap 3 prolific members of the Future Foundation here behind her, making it far easier for her to achieve her goals.
To participate in the graduation program, you need the permission of your acting teacher, you know.
What does that mean? It won't just end by a majority vote?
After the vote, I'm going to judge every single one of you to see if it's okay for you to graduate or not.
So even if we vote, you're saying we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it?
Obviously, there's no way I'd let the members of the Future Foundation graduate. So if you can't activate the shutdown, the Foundation will enter the endless life of repeating the grade.
That's only if the shutdown sequence doesn't activate, right?
But that's impossible. Everyone here understands how dangerous it is to release you into the real world.
We know that. All too well.
I mean, she's been bad-mouthing us this whole time.
Oh. Looks like you shouldn't have talked so much. Out of the mouth comes evil, so they say.
It's true that we fell for this trap, and that we run the risk of not being able to go back. But what's wrong with that? Thinking we'd back down because of something like that is a huge mistake.
That's my line. Thinking your little shutdown plan will succeed is a huge mistake.
Huh?
You're totally overestimating those chumps over there. There's no way they'll start the shutdown sequence.
Why not?
Look upon their faces. They look like piglets who were forced to watch their mom roasting on a spit. There's no fucking way they'll initiate the shutdown just to go back to being ultimate despair.
That is... well... Junko, I don't care what you say. I've decided to believe in everyone. It's true that they walked the wrong path before, but that's all in the past now. What I believe in is not their past, but their futures.
Junko fucking gets off of this. Anytime Makoto speaks up, she gets excited, I told you. It's weird.
I was totally waiting for a protagonistic line like that when I crushed you with despair, such ecstasy.
No matter what you do to me, I will never fall into despair.
Wrong. I'm not the one who's gonna make you fall into despair. That's the Mastermind's job, and they'll be appearing very soon.
Mastermind?
Mastermind? Someone else is coming?
That can't be. It's just a bluff.
You should never make the last character who appears in a detective story turn out to be the mastermind. But I always fall into that pattern, so I was kind of worried about that.
Enough already. What are you talking about?
Oh well. Let's bring him out with lots of energy. It's Mr. Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru... Kamakura?
I've heard it before. The person that was called the Ultimate Hope. But that shouldn't be all he was. That's right, I've seen a person called Kamakura somewhere else. So recall, that person was the founder of the academy.
I see.
There's two Izurus though. The second one was named after the first.
Izuru Kamakura.
But they haven't realized that
Isn't
yet.
That the name of the founder of Hope's Peak Academy? It was written on the placard beneath the portrait of the Academy's founder. That name. It was definitely Izuru Kamakura, right?
However, based on the information I know, the man known as Izuru Kamakura...
If I recall, he's a super genius who acquired many talents. He was even called the Ultimate Hope, right?
Does the founder have the same name as that Ultimate Hope guy?
Is that kind of coincidence even possible?
The future foundation might know something, right?
How about it, Kyoko?
Even within Hope's Peak Academy, there's very little information about a person called Izuru Kamakura. It's a mystery if such a person ever really existed. And not just that, the matter was closed without ever being settled because of that incident.
If you do not know, then please allow me. Providing hopelessly skilled explanations is a quirk of mine. The reason Izuru's existence continues to be such a mystery is because the Academy hid it.
Why did the Academy hide his existence?
If I recall, they were trying to protect their superior talent. They even called it mankind's hope, correct?
However, that prodigious student ended up killing 13 student council members at Hope's Peak Academy. Izuru is the killer responsible for Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most awful event.
And you're the one
She didn't say the full line. You're spared. I should say that no, that wasn't even the most awful, most tragic, most yada yada event of history. That was the Academy history. The 13 students that were murdered by Izuru Kamakura, I think, is the crime scene on the 5th floor of Hope's Peak Academy from the first game. That blooded room with bodies everywhere. Or with like outlines of where bodies were everywhere.
Information about Izuru completely vanished after that incident.
We thought Junko Enoshima killed them? Oh, don't say such cruel things. Izuru Kamakura is very much alive. Isn't that right, Hajime?
Huh? The ultimate secret. the one reserve corps student that didn't die. It wasn't because he was the chosen one or shit like that. He was the guinea pig of an experiment who became so warped and so changed that he was replaced. Well, his identity was replaced. He is Izuru Kamakura. And he's also that same guy from the plane, which is why he has a memory of Nagato. He's the same guy that's like so boring about everything. That was Hajime, or Izuru.
What? What?
I've been saying before that the Ultimate Despair not only started everything off with everything that was happening with them, but had a secret weapon. Hajime, or Izuru Kamakura, was that secret weapon. A handcrafted, almost borderline artificial human. He was human when he entered, but man, the amount of experiments they did to him, the amount of shit they did to him, he really wasn't by the time it ended. He was a monster.
Like I said, you're Izuru Kamakura.
Huh?
Alrighty? If you don't understand, I'll explain it to you till you do understand.
You're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're...
Hold on! Seriously, what are you talking about?
Liar! There's no way. There's no way Hajime is Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru is that ultimate hope, right? But Hajime is...
That's right. Hajime is one of those reserve course dropouts and has no
You relatable?
talent
One man, okay. I nearly called you Hajime then, because she was talking about it.
But the fact that he's really Izuru Kamakura makes all this much more hopeless.
I'm Izuru Kamakura? Alright.
Good news, Hajime!
Alright.
Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along. Ultimate hope.
How can someone from the reserve course have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity, was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's name is fake?
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata. I've always had that name ever since I was born.
New face.
Then Izuru
Hajime's
your
going
fake
crazy.
name?
Look at that.
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Oh, Sonya, you have no idea.
Created hope?
That
Yeah,
must
we're
be-
artificially created hope.
Created hope. Are you talking about the Hope Cultivation Plan?
Hope Cultivation Plan. What is that?
A while back, I saw a file kept by the Future Foundation. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy was researching a breakthrough plan to cultivate personal talent.
It's true, it was a breakthrough plan. After all, it was a plan to create the perfect genius.
Create? For the longest time, the Hope Cultivation Plan was the earnest wish of Hope's Peak Academy. In fact, that's why the Academy was established. Part of that plan was researching the talents of Ultimates. Because the plan was so important, they adopted the name of the Academy's founder and called it the Izuru Kamakura Project.
Izuru Kamakura Project?
Just a little while ago, they were finally able to reach the experimental stage of that plan. From there, they set their sights on the reserve course dropouts to use them as lab rats.
Why did they use the reserve course as lab rats?
A plan to create talent artificially requires test subjects that are wholly lacking in talent. From that group of reserve course students, the one who was finally chosen was Hajime, who stands before you now.
Why me?
Because you admired Hope's Peak Academy more than anybody else.
Huh?
You still don't get it? You were used by the Academy. They exploited your feelings of admiration toward hope and talent just to use you as a lab rat.
What?
See? Didn't I tell you? The moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
Lies. That's definitely a lie.
And after many surprises, Hajime Hinata was transformed into Izuru 1.0!
Did you say transformed?
What did they do to him?
I love how Soda is like an utter nothing character while simultaneously being omnipresent with his insufferability. Yeah, he kind of inadvertently serves the same role as Hero in the first game, where he's kind of just there and kind of doesn't help, and you kind of like, if someone else was there in his place, it wouldn't change anything.
Unless you're willing to go to extremes, it's impossible to change a normal person into a perfect genius. So naturally, they went to extremes. By directly interfering with his brain, Hope's Peak Academy transformed Hajime Hinata into a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself, known as Izuru Kamakura. Eventually, Izuru became an ultimate despair, thanks to me.
Yeah, he was designed to be the ultimate weapon of hope, and then Junko'd him and warped that, but because it was an ultimate weapon, then it became Junko's ultimate weapon.
But all I did to Izuru was simply break his spirit. That's nothing compared to what Hope's Peak Academy did to him. Not even close. Seriously, it's scary how determined the researchers were to mess with the human brain that much. Doing such inhumane acts that nobody else is capable of with such a calm mind and a steady hand. I admire it so much, it makes my mind numb. By the way, you're just a simple avatar right now, so even if you touch your head, you won't feel the scar.
Did they really do something like that?
But if you think about it, if Hajime gets out of here, he's gonna be a super genius, right?
Like I said, he's not Hajime. He's a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself.
Different person? How is he different?
All of his senses, emotions, thoughts, and hobbies that interfere with acquiring talent have been excised.
Huh?
All of his memories of the past have been forcefully suppressed into the darkest recesses of his mind.
Huh?
Emotions? Thoughts? Hobbies? He doesn't even have a memory?
It sounds like he is a completely different person.
So that's why it's so surprising that Hajime even exists here at all, even if he's just an avatar. The Neo World program must have dug up those memories and rebuilt his old personality from data from the past.
I cannot help but feel impressed that the Neo World program was able to accomplish such a feat.
But as for Hajime, he probably would have been better off if he stayed erased.
Then, when Hajime returns to his original state after the shutdown,
he'll disappear.
Disappear?
All that will remain is Izuru Kamakura, an entirely different personality created by Hope's Peak Academy. He will no longer be Hajime Hinata.
Disappear? I'm going to disappear? Disappear, 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 disappear. That's the real form. That's what Izuru Kamakura became. That's what Hajime became. But, no matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Huh? Really? I don't really understand, but I guess we have to part ways for a while. That's disappointing. We seem to get along pretty well. Hey, can I see you again? There is no reason to meet again. After all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. You really don't play along, do you?
Hajime?
Was that me? No, that's not me!
That's what you are. That's who Izuru Kamakura is. You're the one who brought me into this world. You're Izuru Kamakura, the mastermind behind all of this.
Huh?
Could it be? The one who uploaded you into the Neo World program was...
It's not me!
Just so you know, as long as your brain has been messed with, you can't undo it no matter how hard you try. Have no way to be saved, you say? But you already know what you must do.
I do. I already know how I can be saved. I see.
I just need to choose graduate then.
Huh? In that case, the Hajime avatar will be uploaded into his real body. So, Hajime will be safely reborn. Truly a royal road to a hopeless happy ending.
Hold on. You can't do that.
If you do that, everyone who died will be taken over by Junko's alter ego.
Like, if you guys don't start the shutdown, the Future Foundation will be trapped here. I can't allow the Future Foundation to sacrifice themselves for the ultimate despairs.
Jeez, you should have said so before. You guys aren't honest at all.
That's not it. What we're saying is...
We have to protect the world from despair, you say? Okay, that's getting so old. Do you really have to sacrifice yourselves just to protect the world in the first place? What if the world's hope is different from your hope? Even if the world is happy, it's meaningless if you aren't happy.
That's...
Plus, the Future Foundation wants to kill all the ultimate despairs, right? Once you go back to being ultimate despair, the Future Foundation's punishment time will activate. It would be absolutely dreadful if that were to happen.
Not just dreadful.
It's rather fucking hopeless, don't you think? And can you guys even endure that? Everything that happened here will just end up being a meaningless game. Everything you felt, awe, friendship, love, there won't even be save data left of it. The girl you love and the guy you hate grow weaker and skinnier each day they lay immobilized. And in Hajime's case, his very existence is going to disappear. All because of the academy he loves so much. Will you be able to endure such despair? Who are you going to endure it for? For people you've never met before? For people who don't even appreciate you? Does that sound like hope to you?
You can't believe her! That's how she works!
That's what she does, so she can lure you all toward despair.
There is no reason to listen to her. Hurry up and start the shutdown.
This sort of an indulge my tinfoil hat makes me think of Junko as an anti-villain. Well, that's then her plan's working. She's trying to make her seem like she's like the one you want to go with.
Hold on.
What is it? Why are we still waiting? Do you still not understand what's going to happen to the real world if Junko escapes?
Because ultimately, yeah, the Future Foundation want to kill them all because they're all in the Future Foundation's mind not the best. Which is a topic as well. The three we're looking at, however, aren't actually officially... Well, they are with the Future Foundation, but they're technically traitors of the Future Foundation because they abandoned them to try and help them. Anti-villain. I guess. Whereas Junko is just entirely in it for herself and just knows how to manipulate everyone to make sure she gets it. But she plays the whole, oh, but it'll be bad for you too. When she doesn't really care about you. You know, she's just a manipulator, at least in my impression.
No, I was just...
How many victims do you think the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history has claimed?
Right now, it's finally started to calm down. If Junko Enoshima makes it to the real world, countless victims will fill the streets. The world will regress to an era of bloodshed, chaos, and worldwide rioting.
So that's why you're telling them to start the shutdown sequence? To prevent that? You're telling them to turn back into ultimate despair and lose all the memories they made in this world. Even among them, there are those who will simply cease to exist. And you're telling them to just deal with it?
At this point, this is the only way.
No. There is another way. As long as they choose to graduate, they can pass along their avatar's memories, and everyone here will be able to hold hands and keep on living. Well, everyone who died will be taken over by me, but don't you think that's a better fate than being a vegetable for the rest of their life?
You guys, you can't buy into this. Think carefully about which is true hope.
And which is true despair.
What shall we do?
You're asking us? You're telling us to decide?
Damn it! Why'd it turn out like this?
If everyone can overcome despair, you guys should be able to grasp true hope.
If our memories up until now disappear, I will not even remember. The reason everybody died.
Are you really going to let her take over your friends' bodies?
You might think I'm a fool, but I want to see Peko one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, the Future Foundation might kill us, right?
We won't let them do that.
This is all the Future Foundation's fault. They're the ones who stuck us in this messed up world!
For your protection.
If Junko escapes to the real world, there will be countless victims again.
I know, but...
Everyone's hope is in conflict. Such despair!
Graduate or shutdown. The world or me. Hope or despair. They're telling us to choose. To choose between that. Why? Why do we have to choose?
I can't do it.
Huh? Can't do it?
I can't choose. You guys are telling us the world's going to be destroyed unless we sacrifice ourselves. And that, I can't decide. I can't choose either one.
Hajime!
Shut up! Leave me alone! This is just too much. Why do I have to be a part of this? I mean, I'm different from the rest of you. And I don't even have a talent. But even so, I got dragged into this. And now, my existence is going to disappear? I don't understand it at all.
Both choices are hopeless.
How much of ourselves do we have to sacrifice?
This burden. Don't you dare make us shoulder it.
There's no way we can handle this on our own.
Everyone, get a hold of yourselves.
It's impossible! For someone like me, it's impossible. I can't choose the future! Hope, despair, do whatever you want. It's not my problem!
That's...
And there's no answer. So you've chosen to make no choice at all. Jeez. Once again, this went exactly as I expected. I get so hopelessly bored when everything goes according to plan. Oh well, since I have everyone's data, I kind of figured things would play out like this. That is, unless something else hopelessly unpredictable happened. Well, I can say that. But the chance of something convenient happening is hopeless. After all, this is a game. A world where everything progresses with predetermined harmony. Fine, I guess it's okay. You don't have to force yourself to make a choice. A futureless future. I think it's fine if that exists too. As long as you don't yearn for hope, you'll never fall victim to despair. That goes for me too. As long as I don't yearn for despair, I'll never need to hope for it. So, let's all free ourselves from this curse and stay here as the best of friends. Let's immerse ourselves in this tropical island life forever and ever. Forever and ever, and ever 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 and ever.
Oh, this one's weird. This one's weird.
Right. A game reset.
Where things getting all fucked up in the computer world. Okay, using control.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
Also, fucking look at the bullet. Holy
stay
shit,
like this
no.
for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us.
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Junko's gone.
All right, let's party!
I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki.
Hey, can I take a picture to commemorate this?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
Huh? If you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
Yeah, the real Byakuya, the real imposter.
After all this time?
What was this again? Oh well, I don't need to think about it. I wanted this ending.
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
And you're stuck here until you figure it out, by the way.
Eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Yeah, master.
Yay! Yes.
Where is it?
And with this,
Where is it?
All right, I'm gonna showcase my. Just leave the BG. Hey, can I take?
Want to be awed by the? I've prepared you.
Should I begin with a brief introduction?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
What was this again? Oh well, I don't need to think about it. I wanted this ending. I wanted this.
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like
this world.
Destroy the game with a turn it, yeah.
Who are you?
I'm just a part of the game. But you guys aren't, right?
Chiaki? Is that you? Why are you here?
I don't know.
Does this mean you're my memory of Chiaki? Because you should have already disappeared. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, don't you think they're messed up, telling us the world's going to be destroyed? And to sacrifice ourselves? There's no way I can choose. For someone like me, I'm just not able to choose. Seriously, I've had enough. I'm tired of being mixed up in all this stuff I don't understand. Not only was I told that I have no talent at all, but if I get out, I'll go back to being ultimate despair. And on top of that, I was told I'm going to disappear too. Isn't that messed up? Hey, you don't want that either, right? I mean, if we lose our memories, there won't be a single trace of your existence left. You're going to completely disappear, and none of us will ever remember you.
No, I won't.
Huh?
Even if I cease to exist, even if you guys never remember me again, that doesn't mean I will completely disappear. As long as everyone continues to move forward toward the future we created together, I will never disappear. What I lived for, fought for, and risked my life for will still exist.
You're right, but...
You're probably just scared, right? Not just of disappearing. You're scared of moving toward the future with such a heavy burden, right?
Yeah. I'm scared. I'm obviously terrified of that.
How much longer are you going to be this indecisive?
Huh?
Didn't you want to become someone with confidence? Isn't that why you admired Hope's Peak Academy?
But even Hope's Peak Academy tricked me.
Hajime, you've had it wrong this whole time.
Wrong?
Having talent isn't the goal. There's something much more important than whether or not you have talent, right? What's important is that you believe in yourself. If you can't do that, no matter how much talent you possess, you will never be confident in yourself. Just like how you were in the past.
You? Hey, who are you? I mean, you should have already disappeared, right?
But past Hajime is in the past. He's not the same Hajime who spent time with me and the others in this world. So it's going to be alright. I think it's time you finally had confidence in yourself.
Hey, Chiaki. Can you tell me something? Which choice should I make? My hope? The world's hope? Which one should I choose?
You guys are the only ones who have the right to decide your future. And the responsibility, too.
So you're saying I should choose for myself?
But if you can't choose either future, why don't you just create one?
Create?
Even if this world is just a game, you guys aren't part of the game. You guys don't have to just choose a future. You should be able to create one as well.
Do you think someone like me
can do that?
Since you're not part of the game, you don't have to worry about talent, skill, or level. You guys have a tremendous ultimate move that can overcome anything. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you just do it, things will turn out okay.
If I do it, things will turn out okay.
Of course, games aren't very fun when they're easy to clear.
But this isn't a game, right?
Hey, Hajime. This isn't for the sake of anyone else. You have to do this for yourself. Now then, it's about time you show me your cool side, Hajime. Come on, I'll help out too.
Help? I have no talent at all. I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much. I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura. Who cares what will happen to the world? I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway. There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault.
Yeah, the creepy music's back.
I can't choose.
I'm letting the story carry more, which is why I'm not talking as much, by the way, if you haven't gathered.
See? If you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
This is me? This is really me? So uncool. It's totally uncool.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the... I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura. Who cares what will happen to the world? I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated any... There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault. Even so... Not mine. Even so... I can't choose the future. Even so,
No matter what kind of future it is, as long as you guys move toward it, I will never disappear. Everything that happened here, it won't be meaningless. If you guys carried the burden of both hope and despair, you should even be able to create the future, even if it's a convenient miracle. If you just do it, things will turn out okay. That's why you can't hesitate now. Resolve to throw everything away and give it everything you got. I'll be cheering for you too.
That reminds me. I forgot to say it again.
If the memories we made here disappear, I will not even remember why everyone died.
If we don't rid the world of despair, the tragedy will start once again.
I want to see Becca one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, we might be killed by the Future Foundation, right?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation's.
They're both hope and they're both despair. A conclusion will never be fucking reached.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here disappear, I will not even remember why everyone died.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here I will not even remember why everyone died.
If we don't rid the world of the tragedy will start when...
I want to see Becca one more. If we turn back into... we might be killed by the...
This is your responsibility.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation.
They're both hope and they're both... A conclusion will never...
No, that's wrong!
There won't just be hope. There will probably be a lot of despair, too. I don't know what kind of future awaits us. But our futures are ours! I won't let anyone take them.
They're in a game realm, so they can make up the rules as they go. But yeah, we've basically gone Super Saiyan future mode.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
I've decided. I'm done running away. I will fight for my future. I will fight alongside the future that everyone created for me. It's not for anyone else's sake but my own.
Don't tell me. Izuru? Hey, what the heck is going on? Is this a serious bug or something?
I am not Izuru Kamakura. I am Hajime Hinata!
Into the finale, the Battle Showdown. Our only weapon is the future.
You despair because you yearn for hope because let's finish this already. There's no need for you to choose. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Just shut the hell up! If you do that, this game is gonna continue. If you don't want that, just turn off the game!
Even so,
You don't have to look at the hopeless future.
I'll never let anyone choose again!
I don't want anything! You have no argument. There's no hope. Just give up already. A miracle won't happen. What is this crappy feeling? I don't want anything. Izuru! You have no argument. The future will make you suffer. Just give up already. You're not hope! I don't want to lose anything! The future will make you suffer. You have no argument. I don't want anything. You won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do anything. No, that's wrong. What the heck is wrong with you? Why is there a bug like this?
Everyone, let's shut this game down!
Huh? But...
Don't you get it? If we start the shutdown sequence,
There's never only one choice to make. There's no way I'll allow things to end this way. The future everyone has created for us should have more possibilities than that. Let's leave this place with confidence, and from there we can just create it on our own. The future that we want.
What are you saying? There's no way something that convenient
The main
is going
theme's
to
creeping
happen.
in. And Danganronpa's remix of the main theme is my favourite version of the main theme.
It wouldn't be strange if a miracle happened. This isn't a game. We can change the future as much as we want.
Even if you talk big, if you leave here, you're just gonna forget everything. That goes for everyone else!
We just have to press these two buttons at the same time, correct? I wonder. I do not really understand it myself, but... I just saw it. When my body felt so heavy that I could not move, when I felt as though I was sinking into a deep black sea, it was at that moment I somehow heard Hajime's voice. And though it was just a flash, I saw it. Like a lighthouse beacon shining across an ocean of darkness.
Hey Jonathan, hope you're doing well.
A warm, yet resolute light. The one who shined that light, it was probably... You saw it too, right, Hajime? The future we are going to create from this moment on. It is also the future that everyone has created, right? Then, there is no way we can stop now.
Seriously, that's a suicidal decision!
I'm well aware it might be an act of suicide. There's no telling how this will play out, but... I heard her voice. In fact, I think it was the first time she ever yelled at me. I can't stand on my own 2 feet if she keeps treating me like a damn kid.
I don't like thinking about complicated stuff.
Same. Akane just like, I'm just gonna out and say it. I don't like thinking.
If there's someone strong worth fighting, I'll fight. It's just who I am, you know? That's what it means to be confident, right? Then, I'm gonna choose this!
Man, This sure is getting annoying again. But if you're saying you're gonna do it, there's no way I can back out now. If I don't have any place to go back to, I should at least protect this place no matter what.
You all... Why? Why? How can you guys throw yourselves back into the depths of despair?
Because we believe.
Huh?
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you. We believe that if we try new things, even difficult things, that everything will turn out okay. We believe we can even create our own futures.
That's impossible! That can't be hope! It's not even despair! What is this?!
Hajime, everyone, thank you.
I'm not the one you should be thanking.
Huh?
And thus it comes to an end. 12 phases though? I said it on my first one, I call bullshit. But how long the case is? 12 phases? Oh, we got a B. Ugh.
Well, let's get started.
I didn't think it would end this easily.
Huh? It's not the end, right?
This is just the beginning, right?
First, we need to let this game world end.
And from that point on, we're the ones who are going to create.
Oh, this, right, I forgot about this. I think I was too busy chatting on my blind playthrough when this first happened, so I didn't really process it, but it's kind of... because we hit the full force shutdown, we eliminate the virus by literally cutting it at the power. And so, because, you know, the giant Junko is the virus, well, we gotta get rid of it. And I think this is like the only 3D execution, technically, in the series. Just because, you know, the 3D Junko model needs to be dealt with and how they handle it. Thanks, Uzumi.
Man, this is absolute despair. I feel despair upon despair and despair toward despair yet again. How fun. Once you've experienced the despair I've suffered, there's no turning back. Living in the shadows of past memories. That's too sad, you know? But I guess I no longer have to hope for despair.
That is just so hopeless.
Goodbye, Junko.
What was that just now? Why did Usami appear? She should have already disappeared.
I guess it's just as Hajime said.
At least, this wasn't the ending prepared for them. This was the ending they created.
Are you saying they're moving towards such an uncertain future on purpose?
Even so, the only thing we can do now is leave it to them. This game world is going to end soon. There is nothing more we can do.
Regardless, there's no need for us to do anything.
Man, it's collapsing.
You're right.
I am sorry to trouble everyone, but even if we awaken in the real world and forget about what transpired here, it will still have meaning, right?
Of course, Miss Sonia. I don't know the proper way to say this, but I kind of feel the same way too.
You're so bad at explaining things. Now that it's the end, you should at least try a little harder.
People can't change that easily, you know.
Well, whether it has meaning or not, it all depends on us now.
Time's almost up.
I'm pretty scared.
I am scared too.
But it's okay, right? It makes sense to feel scared, right?
That's the future.
Hey, I'll never forget you guys. Or the others. You guys better remember me too. My name is Kazuichi Soda.
With your colorful personalities, there's no way I'd forget you guys that easily.
Even if I forget, I will use all my might and remember.
If you start talking weird later, Hajime, I'll beat you up till you turn back to normal.
That's a relief. But make sure you hold back as much as you can.
No, your first name is Soda, last name Soda. Soda, yeah. So this is the end. But it's just the beginning. Isn't that right? Doesn't change how scared I am. Can't help feeling scared, so scared, but...
Thank you. Thank you, Chiaki. Phew. I finally said it.
Me too. Thank you. I'll never forget about you guys. I'll never, ever forget. I'll be cheering for you guys from now on. From somewhere. 'Cause we're all friends after all.
Game over. The end of chapter 6. And now we're not in the machine, the computer font vanishes. Now we got our epilogue. Oh, we got Junko the giant phone as a gift. And so the instant is coming to an end. The instant riddled with absurdity, with nonsense, with sheer irrationality. Her name's Kolorichi Soda. Yeah, he just leans even harder onto it. It's about to lower its curtain. It isn't similar to Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most tragic event. Similar to the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. An instant so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. There's the car's lugging around a giant cell phone. Yeah, we all just carrying it. It's like, yeah, we got it. No, not in the distant future. As long as they remain here.
Apparently they've finished the preparations. We can leave any time.
God damn, they look sick in suits. I mean, Byaku's already in a suit usually, but you know what I mean? Like, fuck.
Then, I guess we should get going.
Hey, Makoto. Is this really okay? You're the one who said, leave the questions to me. So I let you take the lead. Are they really going to be okay? Didn't they just turn back into ultimate despair?
I don't think that's the case. I mean, if they did turn back, they wouldn't have said that they'd stay on this island.
Perhaps they're thinking about helping their sleeping friends?
I can't really say for sure, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, outside of Chiaki, they all did, like, seemingly stay when they came back. As in, like, they all kept their memories. They didn't lose their memories and restart. They made their own future. Although they're still the ultimate despair bodies, they still have the lessons and hope they learned from the digital world. So outside of Chiaki, because, you know, Chiaki's the only one that doesn't get a happy ending here in that sense, they're all back. It's just the ones who died in the digital world are still in a coma in this world currently. As of the content of this game. I'll keep on saying as of, because Danganronpa 3 cleans up some of this. If I remember rightly, Nagato eventually gets rid of the Junko hand again when he wakes up. Because, yeah, Nagato lives. I can't remember if he gets, like, a prosthetic in replacement or, like, a robot arm or something, but he gets, like, something to replace it in the in Dangan 3. But they do all eventually come back. But they're never leaving this island. Because of their history of being the ultimate despair, because of the fact the real Future Foundation will eradicate them if they try to leave and get found, the real Jabberwock Island, they are living the rest of their life there. They'll be supplied food, water, and whatever they need, but they are, all of them are living on this island forever. They chose to stay, essentially.
Whether they know it or not, the fact that they're already clinging to that feeling shows they're no longer who they were in the past.
It seems that there are too many soft-hearted people here.
But in reality, the possibility of those who are asleep waking up is close to zero.
No, the possibility isn't a problem.
Man, look at these guys. Look at them all grown up. Even it really stands out how like bright and pink Kyoko's, like, well, pinkishy purple Kyoko's hair is compared to like the pitch black suit she's wearing.
Even if there's the smallest possibility, they're still trying to create that future for themselves. In their eyes, that is the future.
The smallest possibility. You might as well call it a miracle.
But strangely enough, I have a feeling that they'll be able to reach it. They've accepted their hopes and their despair. And they're trying to create
One man, control yourself. I'm fucking around. For me, like Byakuya fits naturally, because he's almost always in a suit anyway. Kyoko, with how professional of a detective she is, especially with the black gloves that she always wears anyway, fits her perfectly. Makoto, it really feels like a kid in a suit. Am I the only one? It really feels like a kid in a suit. Like, it seems off. I know he's a bit older compared to the events. It's like 2 years later, but still.
Maybe, for people like that, miracles are inevitable. Don't you think?
As cheesy as ever. Seriously, you haven't grown up at all.
Haven't grown up?
But it's things like this that makes me kind of wish Danganronpa 3 was a game and not an anime. Like, if it was written to be structured as a game and whatnot, to actually be the proper end to, like, the hope versus despair arc of the storyline, instead of it being the anime, and then what we got instead was V3, and that was V3.
That's the main reason we decided to come with you.
Well, who cares? I guess I'll respect your decision. This time. However, what comes
because then we would have got to see the proper showcase of what Makoto and co went to in Future Arc, and they could have probably reworked a lot of Future Arc to be fucking better. Is that mean for me to say?
Leaving them on this island. If the higher-ups at HQ find out about this, it will definitely cause a scene.
We need to work on concealing it.
That's not a problem.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, fucking. I hope they do like a proper remaster of UDG just so I can record it. Until I actually get like a proper capture card and setup or whatever, which who knows when that'll be. I'm still hoping that there'll be some kind of proper remaster of UDG. Or like proper, and if it doesn't have to be a remaster, it could just be a official PS5 port of the Danganronpa series. And just include UDG with it. And then just get rid of the recording block. Because although, like, there are problems with UDG, I still really enjoy that game, and still would love to be able to stream the whole thing and talk about it. V3, fucking, we'd see, because as much as I like that game drained the life out of me, but, you know.
And what do you intend to explain to HQ?
About that. I was gonna think about it while I was on the ship.
Good luck. I'm not going to help you that much.
Huh? Why?
You should at least be glad that we decided to respect your decision.
Fine.
Then let's go back as well. We're not
in this shot, Makoto looks a bit older.
There's still a lot.
I know it's because maybe it's because his neck's thicker or something, but he looks a bit older. Now it looks a bit proper. It's just that first shot and the down look. He looks so young still.
Besides the Future Foundation, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is not finished. We must end this once and for all, for the sake of the future.
It seems I must fight alongside you all for a little while longer.
Plus, there's someone waiting for you to return.
Don't make me remember something so horrifying.
There's your nod to Toko, and the genocide Jill still having an obsession with Byakuya even after a couple years.
Then let's go. We must create our own futures too.
And so, the ordeal has ended, and from here, our daily lives have started. Lives that are much more absurd, nonsensical, and irrational than before. Things are probably going to be a lot more difficult now. There's no such thing as an answered mystery. It's doubtful whether or not things will even end well. The future isn't a path. It's like an endless sea. You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there. Even so, I will keep on living. I will keep on living as Hajime Hinata.
And keep in mind, this is the real him. That means he, like, as soon as he woke up, got a haircut. Because, you know, Yuzuru had, like, body length hair. And there's the epilogue, the day before the future. And if you want to see the continuation of this story, you need to watch Danganronpa 3. Jesus Christ, don't watch Dangan 3. It's not good. I say that I kind of didn't mind the despair arc of Dangan 3 because it was an opportunity to see like the second game's cast again, like especially like before everything happened, to see how it happened and whatnot. But it's kind of a mess. All in all, it's kind of a mess. I can't. But that's Danganronpa 2. Goodbye Despair. Still my favorite game in the Danganronpa lineup. The only thing, the ultimate swindler, Gundam Tanaka. The only thing that I think other games do better is I think the original Danganronpa still has a better atmosphere. I think this game with the beach setting, some of the darker atmosphere is missing, but this game, the character writing is way better in my opinion. The general story ups the ante, but doesn't get completely fucking insane. Nagito is a goddamn treat. Love him or hate him, he like makes so much of how the story and makes it how much work. Gundam's one of the best goddamn characters ever made. With how he was written, how he was voiced and everything. The nature of the cases as a whole are much better handled. There's still like some outliers and still some oddities, but in general they all tend to be better. Everything about this game I just prefer over all the others. I agree on the atmosphere, and that's fair enough, to each their own. It was just like, for me, I always felt like I kind of preferred, due to the Uncanny Valley effects. Yeah, I guess. And that's probably what they were going for. I just kind of preferred the claustrophobia of the first game, personally. Where there was no light to the outside world. It was all corridors and rooms in a schoolroom. You know? But then after this, we had UDG and V3. UDG is a third-person shooter where you play as Makoto's little sister and team up with Toko to try and mostly escape, but things get out of hand very quickly. Escape a city completely destroyed and taken over by the despair, by the tragedy, by everything. And it's a quirky game that's difficult to recommend because it has some difficult, not difficult as in like challenging, difficult as in hard to process parts to it, mostly fucking chapter 3, but I love it. Like UDG I could highly recommend if you want to try something different. You have to understand that chapter 3, like, I keep bringing it up, but you gotta push it. You gotta understand that chapter 3 is kind of a mess and kind of weird, but if you go in knowing it's gonna be a bit weird and just vibe it out for what it is, you'll have a good time, and that's what happened with me. I thoroughly enjoyed UDG. And on a side note, it's also the easiest game in the series to 100%, so that by default gets it an extra point, because there's no like post-game grind. You just hit level 99, find the collectibles, and you're done, and you're like, you know? Whilst in 1 you have to max out all the social links, in 2 you have to max out all the social links, you have to max out the pet, you have to do all the mini games. In V3 you have to play fucking Monopoly for 100 hours. Like, in UDG you just find the collectibles, and I guess get a good rank in the missions as well. I forgot about that bit. And then hit the max level, which you'll already be close to by the time you finish anyway. So, you know, it's easy. It only took me like 3 or 4 hours after I beat the game to wrap up the platinum. So it's like that alone gets to the brownie point, so I don't have to spend so long. Well, I remember spending a whole weekend on Dangan 1 to get the platinum after I beat it. And then like a whole like 4 or 5 days to platinum this after I'd done it. But we're not entirely done with Dangan 2. It's just this... After this finishes, I'm going to wrap up the stream. I've said it before, and like since the start of this revisit, and I said before I'm going to cover it because I want to. At some point, we're covering Danganronpa If, which is included after you beat this game. I'll probably use my main save though, because then I can use it to cover other stuff as well, like all the extra modes and whatnot. But I want to cover Danganronpa If because I think it's the best personification from the other side of the Despair Sisters. But I can always understand someone wanting to skip it. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, UDG is super fucking weird, and so it becomes difficult to recommend in some senses, but it's also really fun, so it could be easy to recommend in others. The only thing of like UDG I really don't like, outside of Chapter 3's weirdness, is the character sabotage they do to, oh, I forget his name, the guy who's with you for most of the game. The character sabotage they do to him at random, like halfway through Chapter 4, felt really weird. The whole, I always like him young, real young, that fucking line. I don't get why they did that. His character was perfectly fine, he had a good development, and they went, let's just throw in something that's like complete fucking sabotage to his development, makes so everyone absolutely hates him because he likes kids. Just throw that in there as like a one-off random line for no reason. You know? It's like, what? Like, you just you go, huh? And it stands out more because it's immediately followed a genuinely fun section. The part where, like, you get to ride the motorcycle, and Makoto's sister, like, gets way into it, and, like, really has, like, the fun time of her life, while Toko holds on for grim death behind her. And then immediately afterwards, it's like, yeah, I like him young. And you're like, shut up, dude, what? I said, and V3 is just the weakest in the series to me. But I do still like it. It's just... The game is the longest game in the series, and even ignoring the post-game, it has the most weird bullshit that just kind of gets in the way of it. And it has a lot of ideas that they introduce, but either don't do much with it, or kind of use it in like a weird way to kind of go against what you'd first think. But not in a way that makes it like an interesting twist, more of a, what the fuck, really? That kind of sense. And then K6 is completely god-awful. You got an Easter egg for beating the game. And you also got the Uzumi charm, or the Uzumi strap. You also got the Danganronpa If book, which is basically saying, hey, now you can do Danganronpa If in this game. But that's it. So now you have Island Mode, so if you want to... Island Mode is basically the premium adventure if you played Yakuza. Like, it turns off the plot stuff, and you can just hang out with people. You do a mini-game. Sorry, excuse me. It's the same mini-game as the first game. We basically have to, like, maintain the area by putting everyone on little quests. But it's easy enough to do. And on the novel side of things, we have Danganronpa If. The Button of Hope and the Tragic Warriors of Despair. Danganronpa If being what if a particular character, Mukuro, didn't die. The ultimate soldier. And it's the only shining light on Mukuro's character she's ever got. It's the best she's ever written. Because in the Despair arc in Danganronpa 3, she's kind of really badly written, and of course in the original Danganronpa, she was posing as Junko. But they let you do this character introduction of everyone, just in case you need to be recapped on who everyone is, because it's entirely a visual novel. There's no, like, cutscenes, there's no faces, it's entirely just reading. It's literally just a book that was written that you read through. It also makes references to Dangan Zero, but as someone who hasn't read Dangan Zero, I still got to enjoy this. So, you know, like, you don't need to read Dangan Zero to fully understand it. You'll be fine. And you can recap everything you need to. Same as, once again, you can bring up the art gallery and see how everyone looked in their art when they were first, like, designed. You see, like, Nagato's original design. Oh yeah, Byakuya without the scarf. that's like a haunted fucking sight. Look how long his neck is. Fuyuhiko and how they changed the design for the eye patch. The patient clothes, how they designed it for when they were doing that. Monomi and Uzume. The beasts I'll show off as well. Yes, so cursed. How the Mono beasts look like in the cute form, which is adorable. Look at that. Look at that. The Monokuma and Monomi height comparison. Cyberpunk Island. Oh, you know what I could show before I finish? That shower room just reminded me. Hang on. Actually, before I do that, because I don't remember what my settings are. 124, got it. Well, I don't remember what my settings are on my main save file. I promised I would show a particular scene. Yeah, it got slightly louder. I knew it. I promised I would show a specific scene. I think it's from the beginning. I know it's in Chapter 2. Doesn't matter what difficulty you do it on. We have to go through this shit from Nagato again. Similar to the first game, I promised I'd show the man's fantasy scene. Oh man, remember when we had this many characters? Oh, anyone was still recovering from the first killings, yep. I think it started Chapter 2. I think they have it earlier in the game than, like, they have in the first one. There's also a Man's Fantasy scene in B3 as well, but if I ever go back through B3, it would take a lot of willpower to then go secret hunting, because that game's got like 9 or 10 unique secret scenes that require like items and talking to certain people. Wow, I've got how long this scene is. I'm just holding circle here, come on. Is this it? New island, Hirsch. Go find some clues too. No, you can't. You promised you'd go tie my kimono sash.
Hey.
That was after finish exploring the new island. But if we don't hurry and go take a bath, they'll call me smelly again. Now, gonna bully me again.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a light shower first. Yay, we're gonna wash each other. Huh? Wash each other?
Hey.
Hold on, I don't think that's a good idea for me to go in too. Now, we're both girls, no need to be shy. But
let's go.
Come on, let's go. Yoko pulled Mihiro's hand, smiling like a child before a school trip and headed towards the colleges. Wash each other? I see, washing each other, huh? Washing each other? No, I shouldn't. What am I thinking? If I get caught, I'll never hear the end of it. But even I have men's urges swelling within me. Huh? That's right, I do have it. A huge man's nut like this. Urges, nut. Oh god, I've never actually done this scene. Nut urges, urging nuts and urges growing within me. That's right, I have this with me. Alright, I will obtain it. An urge that will exceed this nut. And then beyond the steam, I saw the urge that was resting on the island. Yeah, far more fan servicey than the one in the first game.
Each other. Yay! Yay! Hey, where do you want me to wash you, Mom?
The one in the first game was hyper tame, and this one they went, fuck it.
Jeez.
Oh, one more G's for the road. Oh! Just like chestnuts roasting on an open fire. My urges are boiling, churning, and unloading inside my heart. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, was my characterization always this way? It feels like I lost sight of myself. But it's not like I can erase what I've already seen, I'll just leave it be. And that's it. I have every single item, because I did 100% this, I said. The Easter egg of the cell phone, I have all the special items. I have all the undergarments, because I maxed out all of that. All the report card. Like, I hung out with Nagato till completion, for goodness sake. Got the level 99. All the skills, if you're curious. Health boost, focus boost. More time limit. Increases the influence gauge recovery. Steadies your aim. That's the skill I wanted to get. Who the fuck dropped Cool and Compose? Hang on, who? No, I'll come back to that. Tranquility helps steady your aim as well. Downshift and upshift. You only get upshift, don't get downshift. Increase your rate of fire for the truth bullet. Decreases the delay between firing. Reduces an argument to 3 statements or less. So basically, if you're struggling on hard mode, you can make it so there's less statements to worry about. Increases the power of the silencer. The time limit does not decrease, even if you shoot a statement with a silencer. But it cannot be combined with Infinity Unlimited Flame. Algorithm increases the speed of memorizing a statement. Automatically target a weak spot during the concentration. So if you press focus, like the thing will automatically lock onto the word, so you don't have to aim it yourself. Silver Spoon, take less damage. Focus gauge decreases at a slower rate even during concentration and fever time. Influence gauge recovers over time. The focus gauge recovers at a faster rate. You do more damage during PTA. You have more bullets. You can lock on the more statements. This one I really wanted to get. Handiwork, we never got it. Allows you to reload 2 bullets at once. Trance, even low combos can increase the tempo, so you get faster quicker. You get more monocoins. I can't remember who dropped Sting, but if you're going for the trophy for getting 999 monocoins, you also want to get that soon. Easier to shift the mood in your favor during rebuttal showdowns. All counter attacks become raging during showdowns. More sharpness. Easier to push through an argument during rebuttal showdown. Move faster. It is all logic dive, the skateboarding minigame. Turning speed, jumping power. Erase all dummy panels during a closing argument. So you've only got the actual pieces relevant. And that's the last one. Right. Cool and Composed. Who drops Cool and Composed? Trance. Sting. Oh, so you need to talk to Byakuya if you want Sting. Fame. Handiwork. If you want to get 2-bullet reloads, you have to hang out with Soda, which is why I was never going to get it. Tasting, Life for Life or Death, Silver Spoon, Peach Muscle, Cheat Code, Envious Influence, Pivot Turn, Autofocus, Silent Massage, Shred Guitar, Lightning for... Oh, it's just a skill you gotta buy then. I guess you only unlock it after you beat the game? Or maybe I just didn't buy it. What's my pet at? Oh, jeez, look at total steps taken. That's me grinding up the trophies. Okay, I've done enough. Let's get out of here. Like I said, I'll come back at some point, and I want to cover Magical Miracle Girl Monomi, that minigame, because that minigame's actually alright. It takes a while to get going, but it's alright, and I absolutely want to cover Danganronpa if. So at some point, I don't know when, probably sometime next week, I want to do a one-off stream covering all that. Because there's a lot to talk about with Danganronpa if, and like I said, it's one of my favourite pieces of media surrounding the property. It's a really good read, and they handled the character really well, and I think it would just be nice to go through. But that's enough from me. As always, thank you so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe as always, it genuinely really helps. You can find my Twitter and my Patreon in the description of every video if you feel so inclined. But until we meet again tomorrow, which, what's on my schedule again? What's tomorrow? Tomorrow we're returning to Caligula Effect to get more of that game done. I will see you guys then. Take care now. Peace.